So, oh, chapter should be out. Chapter should be out. Let's do this. Let's do this. Chapter should be out. We'll talk about the anime. The anime unfortunately isn't releasing today from what I gathered. So much for that. Oh yeah, I forgot there was a cover art. Oh, I forgot there was a cover art. Oh god. Oh, it's so peak. Oh, it's so peak. Oh, she's so cool. It's so peak and she's so cool. I forgot there was a cover art. Oh, damn. Damn, the composition on this is so good. I could stare at this for hours. Composition on this is so good. Where is this? Damn, those heels are brutal. Those heels are brutal. Okay, Sumi got this book. Reiji said he actually read this book. Shibuya City Rensa Library. Okay. Huh. The library feels like the perfect place for Sumi. Hey, look, it's literally what I said when I wrote my analysis. Nobody speaks here. It's literally paradise for untalkative folks. Oh, look! Look at what I was saying! It's like my read was on the fucking mark. Obviously, everyone's starting to remind me of Sumi-chan. Actually, where did she go? Heaven on earth for the non-social. I rarely visit libraries. I have no idea how to act here. Right, there's the paradise part. Oh my god, she grabbed a lot of books. This is an interesting way to spend a rental date. Zero conversation, but there must be a reason for it. For her, too. Wow. Isn't this literally like everything I said in my fucking analysis? What the shit? There she is. She grabbed a fuckload of books. Goddamn. Shakespeare's Word of Love. These books. Huh. Okay. Okay, it was more than just one book. It was a lot of books. Words of Love, Shakespeare. Bro. She's literally just studying in the date. That's kind of cool. Oh, now I get it. I told her that I was struggling, so she must be trying to help me come up with a way to confess my love. I see. That's why we're at the library. As usual, she doesn't talk at all. She's very self-sacrificing. But she's so pure-hearted. The warning signs are right there, fuckers. The warning signs are right there, fuckers. Confession of Love, 100 selections. Oh, this must have famous lines from movies. Mizuhara likes movies and plays a lot, so maybe something like this would be best. Let's see. My love for you is as deep as the sea. Be reminded of Umi. Immediately. Oh, get called out, Kazuya. Wait, really? It's stuff like this? Well, it is a line from a movie. Of course, it's dramatic. If I ever said something like this line. My love for you is as deep as the sea. Please be mine. Are you serious? Do you think you're DiCaprio or something? Yo, just get cooked. DiCaprio, man. That gave me chills. The parting of your hair is the only thing you share. Damn. He's being compared to DiCaprio. I love it. Leonardo DiCaprio, Kazuya. That's really funny, actually. And why are you comparing it to the sea? Why are you comparing it to the sea? You just say it word for word. God, definitely. She'd probably think I'm super delusional or something. She might know it. If Umi-kun said it, he'd probably pull it off. Ocean, sea, Umi. My love for you is deeper than the sea. You're amazing. I guess even confessions of love are easy for good-looking guys. Look at how handsome he looks. Look at how handsome this idiot looks. Still, Sumi-chan brought me here. I have nothing to lose by taking notes. Hang in there. I've got to keep fighting. I love how Sumi is taking notes in a notebook. Kazuya is taking notes in his in his whatchamacallit phone. Don't give up. 1 hour later. Oh, look, it's the toy box again. They're in the toy box. He's in the toy box now. I've gathered quite a few, also by asking Croc AI, at least 70 or so lines from movies and dramas. I can't just use them as is, but it should help me get started, and maybe I can even make up my own confession. But still, a lot of these lines sound pretentious, no matter how I say it. I highly doubt I can say any of these. What's wrong? Oh my god, it's beat for beat. Oh my god, it's beat for beat. It's literally just the same thing from the fucking birthday arc. Oh my god, it's beat for fucking beat. Reiji knows what he's doing. It's just, the more I think about it, I don't really know if I can say these lines right when it comes time. Turn. What? Wait a sec. Oh. Oh no. She wants him to confess the lines to her. Oh no. This is Minnie all over again. This is Minnie all over again. Is she serious? I know this pose and expression. Is she trying to get me to practice with her? Sumi-chan, that would be kind of embarrassing in public. These lines are sappy. It'd be so awkward. She won't budge. A solid determination. I guess she's right. If I can say it here, how would I ever say it for real when the stakes are high? I know Sumi-chan's shy about this, but she's doing everything in her power as a rental girlfriend to support me. Winning that ticket was the best thing that ever happened to me because it brought me to you. Titanic. Oh my god. Okay, they're just quoting Titanic. It's a sinking ship. It's a sinking ship. It's a sinking fucking ship. Oh god. Oh god, it's a sinking ship. Oh, that couldn't be any more straightforward. This could not be any more fucking straightforward. Literally a sinking ship, bro. In my heart, you're the only one for me. Runaway bride. Okay. Even if you're in the shore of the farthest sea, I will set sail to take you as my own. Romeo and Juliet. Oh my god, it's just literally the birthday arc all over again. I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is, Forrest Gump. I like you very much just as you are, Bridget Jones Derry. You make me want to be a better man, as good as it gets. How about some coffee drinks or a movie, for as long as we both shall live? You've got mail. I can be whatever you want, just tell me what you want and I'll be that for you. The Notebook. I love that you are the last person I want to talk to before I go to sleep at night. When Harry met Sally. You complete me, Jerry Maguire. There's only one person that makes me feel like I can fly. That's you, Hitch. These are so interesting. And there goes Sumi. Did Sumi get a fucking nosebleed? As a mirror to how Kazuya got a nosebleed at the start of the series. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Reiji loves Western media like crazy, and people think he doesn't. It is wild. It is wild. These lines are so cheesy, but I shy away now. How would I ever say it in front of Mizuhara? You were bewitched. You have bewitched my soul, and I love you. I love you. I love you. Pride and Prejudice. By the way, I'm going to share something with you guys. Reiji fucking hates Pride and Prejudice. He fucking hates it. He watched it and he fucking hated it. At least that's what I recall. Without you, today's emotions are but the scarf of scarf of. Is that scarf or scurf? I thought scarf was an A. Without me, today's emotions are but the scarf of yesterday's, Emily. I'm always gonna love you, La La Land. And next is Sumi-chan. You have a nosebleed. Oh my! It's literally just a callback to the beginning of the series. This is literally their first fucking date. Hey, Sumi-chan. Sumi-chan. You've got blood on your clothes. Wow, what a weird chapter. What a weird... All these lines. And... Dude, the line work on Sumi is incredible. The line work on Sumi is incredible. Holy shit. Look at that line work. It is incredible. Wow. And God, her eyes. The way he drew the eyes. Holy shit. Who would have thought he'd go and confess to Sumi a fucktillion times? Who would have thought he'd go to confess to Sumi a fucktillion times? Yeah, because confessing over and over is going to be the solution. Right? It worked on Sumi. Right? Sumi's eyes are spiraling. Right? Sumi just doesn't see the real cause. She only sees a white fucking knight. Sumi is down for the count. Yep. What this particular art piece right here is so good. Holy shit. It's so cool. It's so good. The composition of this singular shot is so fucking good. Reiji cooked. Reiji just like I am just in awe of this art right here, okay? It's so good. The composition on this is incredible. The line work, the framing, the just the positioning of her character in the panel, the way he transformed Sumi's character here, incredible. Holy shit. This chapter is so ridiculous and funny. Yeah. Couldn't you say Sumi is in paradise right now? Couldn't you say Sumi is in paradise right now? All of these movies have that like paradise-like feel. But I think the funniest one, do you want to know what the funniest one is? You want to know what the funniest one? The last movie Kazuya references, I'm Always Gonna Love You, La La Land. Emma Watson says this line as they break up and never meet again. Well, they do meet again, but they break up and never get together. Emma Watson says this line right before they like end their relationship. Just saying. Isn't it crazy that the first one Kazuya says is Titanic, a sinking ship, and then the last one Kazuya says is from La La Land, where the characters literally break up right after. Bruh. Let's see. Forrest Gump. Okay, well, I don't remember much about the Forrest Gump one. Runaway Bride. Romeo and Juliet's a fucking tragedy. Forrest Gump. Bridget Jones' Diary. I have not... When Harry Met Sally, Jerry Maguire, As Good as It Gets. You've got Mail, Hitch. These aren't... I know... I gotta double check my movies. I haven't seen half of these in a while. I remember La La Land because it was like my favorite movie at the time when it came out, so I vividly recall La La Land. I remember Titanic because Titanic's easy. Romeo and Juliet, that's a pretty fucking easy one. I don't remember much about Runaway Bride. Forrest Gump is the romance of Forrest Gump is quite sad. Yeah, so that's I recall it being kind of sad too. I just wasn't sure, so I didn't want to jump to any conclusions. The Notebook, Forrest Gump, Jenny is the worst. Interesting. Bridget Jones' Diary, As Good as It Gets. Jerry Maguire. I don't know Jerry Maguire. I just think of Tobey Maguire when I hear that. After saying La La Land poet, he's about to say another, but Sumi goes nose please. He's about to say another, but he doesn't. Which is very fitting, because La La Land is like, they're all tragedies. Reishi's foreshadowing crazy. Wait, every single one is a tragedy? Like, Runaway Bride is it's tragic? Could have sworn Runaway Bride wasn't tragic. The Notebook? Is The Notebook tragic? When Harry met Sally? Yeah, I was wondering, I'm like, they don't all feel like tragedies. Yeah, they don't all feel like tragedies. I don't recall Runaway Bride being tragic. See, the reason I'm focusing on this is because, in particular, love encompasses tragedy and beauty. So this having that element is kind of central. But the Titanic, a sinking ship, is quite fitting considering Sumi. So this makes a lot of sense for Sumi's character. What you don't realize is this is evidently very much for Sumi's character. La La Land is quite fitting, in particular, again, for Sumi's character. A character who needs to let fucking go. Sumi literally needs to let go. So pretty much these lines are very intentional for Sumi. Incredibly so. Right? In many ways, Sumi is literally in paradise here. But she literally needs to let go. That is kind of what's happening here. These lines are in many ways specifically for Sumi. The Notebook is definitely not tragic, don't get me wrong. It's uphill battle, but it's very sweet. Gotta say, I hate that they are studying movie quotes to confess at this point after everything. Well, again, it shows how Sumi doesn't know anything either. I was saying this too. Sumi is literally just as blind. The Notebook is weak as fuck in my opinion. Like the quote or the movie? The quote or the movie? I know it's just a cover shot, but Chizuru is shown right near the library. Oh, is that where Chizuru is? She's near that library? Are you sure? Oh, that's actually... Oh, yeah, you're right. This is what they sit over there. Isn't this where they were sitting over there? Yeah, it looks like that's where they were sitting. Yeah, you're seeing it from a different angle. Actually, you're seeing it from a different angle. That's really fascinating. The cover page is intentionally presented from this angle. Right? So the cover page is from this angle. But then in the chapter itself, it's the completely flipped. It's literally completely flipped. I think that's really interesting. Right? I think that's incredibly fascinating that it's literally flipped on its head. They're literally looking at it from completely opposite notes. I think what Reiji is saying here is how you can even use books wrong. That's fascinating. I feel like Reiji is literally saying how you can even use books wrong. You can even this was a theory we initially had too, where it's like, okay, Kazuya is using analog, Sumi is using a book, but I think what this is actually doing, in my opinion, is making Sumi reflect on herself, not on Kazuya. Which is essentially similar to what my initial assessment was, is like, I felt like a lot of this is about Sumi reflecting on herself. So, Sumi and Kazuya finding these lines, and then these lines literally being reflected back at Sumi, and she gets a nosebleed and can't handle it. She's the one who wanted him to say these lines, and then she can't handle it. I think that's really, really interesting. To be continued. This is the first time we've seen a to be continued. Wait, this is the first time we've seen a straight to be continued here. Or am I crazy? Wait, am I crazy? I feel like this is the first time we've seen a to be continued. Yeah, they don't have it here. That's weird. That's really weird. Unless they're trying to add the thing they have in the Japanese ones. Ruka, Mami, and then Sumi. Kazuya is resolving these feelings while he wants to resolve his own. Kazuya isn't really resolving much of anything. I searched love confessions with the AI, and pretty much all the quotes showed up. Reiji, you mad bastard. That's hilarious. But it does depend on what you wrote to the AI. It does absolutely depend on what you wrote to the AI. Okay, so first off, this one. So let's send it over to Crumpy. Yeah, no, this is again another interesting chapter. This is again another interesting chapter. We pieced a decent amount of this last time. I pretty much came to the conclusion, like, Sumi is learning and she's ignorant, but at the same time, I knew that, like, Sumi was also trapped in her own little void. I knew this wasn't going to give us the immediate resolution we wanted. Just like, I clearly said this multiple times. And this is not quite what I expected, but almost literally what I expected too. It's kind of fascinating how, like, this is kind of somewhat what I had in mind, but also not quite what I had in mind. And that's really got me, like, thinking a little bit, you know? It's got me, like, kind of thinking about it a little, like, what's the vision here? Rent a Girlfriend surpassed 15 million copies. Yeah, it did, actually. That is true. Oh, Reiji posted something. What did he write? Happy birthday, Yamori. Oh, I guess it's the 8th right now. I forgot, it's the 8th in Japan right now. Oh my god, Mini... Sumi's just Mini right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Mini is here in spirit. Sumi kind of emulated Mini. Yeah, kinda. I just realized they changed it so you can... Huh. Cool. Cool. This is a very interesting chapter. Like, honestly, very interesting chapter. What a weird fucking chapter. I don't know what the next time is. I'm looking it up right now. Damn, it's Minnie's birthday. Yeah, it fascinates me that it's like at sunset. Doesn't this look like it's at sunset? But it feels almost chilly. Yeah, this cover page has got me fascinating. This cover page has got me really fascinating. Got me fascinated, not fascinating. Fuck. Yeah, no, there is... I feel like Reiji pulled the rug underneath my feet. So, like, I predicted certain things. I'm like, Kazuya's gonna think of the library as a sanctuary. I was dead on. What I was incorrect about was that he is gonna view the... I thought he was gonna view the library as a sanctuary for himself. In particular, he views the library as a sanctuary for Sumi. What that tells us... That's what I didn't realize. What this chapter tells us indirectly is that this chapter is about Sumi's sanctuary. I thought that this is going to be about Kazuya's sanctuary. he doesn't have one. Kazuya has fundamentally lost his sanctuary. So this entire chapter is actually about Sumi's sanctuary. That's why my prediction was completely fucking off. Because I somewhat misunderstood the idea. I thought there was going to be some sort of change occurring with Sumi. What I didn't quite grasp is that the change occurring with Sumi's character was going to be like more of her own making. That's kind of my mistake here. It's like I kind of misinterpreted how they were going to learn and what they were going to change. So this entire chapter is literally about Sumi's sanctuary, her peach blossom spring, her thing that she's never going to get. Literally, she's hearing all these confessions from Kazuya that she's never going to actually hear. As a mirror to the fact that she's a rental girlfriend, she gets a nosebleed as a direct parallel to the very beginning of the series where Kazuya was on a rental date with Sumi and gets a nosebleed. Because he's literally her rental boyfriend. It's a direct parallel to how they flipped roles. Sumi is now smitten with him. Whereas before, he was kind of smitten with her a little bit. So yeah, this entire chapter is literally Sumi's paradise. That's kind of what it is, right? And Sumi was willfully underprepared for the thing she wanted, she requested from Kazuya. It really shows that Sumi has no idea what the fuck she's walking into, right? The confession is fucking her up. Boring chapter again. To you, not to me, to you. like, yeah, to you it's boring. I think this chapter is fascinating. Like, it has so much to say, and you don't even know what the fuck how to piece it all together. Oh yeah, I should post. I feel like Winter Girlfriend hit 15 million copies already. Yeah, I don't feel like this is anything particularly new. I could be wrong. Yeah, I could have sworn Reiji already said we hit 15 million. Am I wrong? Am I right? I could have sworn Reiji already hit 15 million. It was several weeks ago. Yeah, I was wondering. I'm like, it already happened. Like, I could have sworn it was already shown that we hit 15 million. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I was right. I'm like, I didn't feel like this was new information. Yeah, it was. Yeah, you're right. It was literally in January. Yeah, it was literally in January. We already heard it because I saw True Chris saying it hit 15 million copies, and I'm like, I feel like we already heard this. Yeah, I could have sworn we already heard this, so I'm glad I was correct. I'll post something about Minnie later. This art piece is incredible. This almost felt like scouting with Minnie at Joypolis. Kind of, but like flipped over. It feels like it's more scouting for Sumi than it is. Oh my god, it is. Oh my god, it is. Oh my god, it low-key is. Oh, fuck me. Oh, I'm gonna show you something. You're gonna hate me for it. Oh, I'm gonna show you something. You're gonna fucking hate me for it. Oh, this is deconstructing the entire date, including the mini portions. Including the mini portions. Oh, fuck me. Oh, how did I not piece it together? Fuck me. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yup. Oh. Damn it, I was wrong. Okay, I was off by one. This is gonna look very familiar. This is gonna look very familiar. Fucking look at this shit. Jesus Christ. Fucking look at this shit. Minnie's literally here in spirit. Minnie's literally fucking here in spirit. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, Minnie's quite literally here in spirit. They're fucking parallels. Goodness gracious me. Because remember what Minnie said? Minnie's like, tell me I'm cute. Minnie hears that. Kazuya says, you're cute. Minnie blushes. Sumi tells Kazuya, say all these confessions. Practice your confessions. She's just Minnie. Holy shit. She's just Minnie. Bruh. Wow. Fell into the same trap. Fell into the same trap. Is Sumi okay, lol? But she fainted there. Yeah, she got overheated. She turned into a trope. Sumi turned into a trope. She got a little overheated. She was getting what she want without like working for it. And it's Yamori's birthday. Correct. It is indeed Yamori's birthday. Actually, wait, let's download this. Save image as. Put it in the 420. Fuck. I do think it's kind of fitting that my thumbnail is both accurate and very inaccurate because wow, I feel like everything about this stream is oddly fitting because I'm like right about a lot and I'm incorrect about a lot too. That's kind of cool, right? I was just like, I was wrong about when the anime was going to stream, just as I was incorrect about like Kazuya being in paradise, whereas in reality it was Sumi. Damn. That's kind of cool. It must have been fate. God, they're even inverted. Minnie has blank eyes. Sumi has what do you call it? Like these swirly eyes. Sumi is like lit aflame. Minnie is just lightly blushing. Wow. Kazuya sees Sumi. Kazuya does not see Minnie. What the fuck? Oh, Kazuya's gonna learn so much in this date. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. And that's why it's called The Boyfriend in Love. Sumi is falling in love with him. Oh my god, that's the whole thing. It's Sumi's love for Kazuya. That's why the girlfriend in love, most of it is Kazuya and his love for Chizuru. Most of the date with Chizuru is Kazuya's love for Chizuru. But also there's this underlying tone of Chizuru's feelings. Here it's flipped. Most of it is actually Sumi's feelings for Kazuya and Kazuya's underlying feelings for Chizuru. Bruh. Wild. What the fuck? What the fuckity fuck? Oh, and then the last chapter, she was paralleling Chizuru. Last chapter, there was like a paralleling inversion of Chizuru. Now there's a paralleling inversion to Minnie. And Minnie was literally playing Chizuru in the fucking date. It's almost like she's Minnie, she's not Chizuru. Oh, Reiji's fucking with us. Oh, Reiji's playing next level mind games with us. I love it. Oh, he is fucking with us. What the fuckity fuck? Oh, what the actual fuckity fuck? It's Minnie's birthday. And Sumi is literally her acting like her. Mm. Whatever. It's Minnie's birthday, and Sumi is literally acting like her acting like her, or isn't it, or as, or an inversion of her. Continue with Google. Pretty sure it's just this. See, I solved it. I can think. It's Minnie's birthday, and Sumi's literally acting like her, or inversion of her. What the heck? Minnie tells Kazuya to practice saying you're cute to her. She blushes. Sumi tells Kazuya to practice his confessions to her. She gets a nosebleed and faints. It's the same. Oh my god. No. And this raises a question. This raises a fundamental question to you. Do you remember why Kazuya got a nosebleed when he was on his date with Sumi? He had a lot of not so pure thoughts underneath it all. He had a lot of not so pure thoughts underneath it all. It's almost like Sumi isn't so pure-hearted. In fact, doesn't Kazuya literally call her pure-hearted? Right? He literally says that earlier. She's so pure-hearted. She's very self-sacrificing. As usual, she doesn't talk at all. Is Sumi really so self-sacrificing? She has feelings for him, and then she has him confess his feelings to her. As he's under the guise that he's practicing. And she gets a nosebleed and can't handle it. Is Sumi really so self-sacrificing? Is Sumi really like so pure-hearted? Or is she just, not being very honest with herself? And she has like some ulterior motives. I'm gonna go with the bet that Sumi is not perfect either, and she absolutely has some ulterior motives. She got something out of this. Sumi's the one in paradise here, not Kazuya. Right? Sumi absolutely is in paradise here. She's the one who got something here. Kazuya didn't really get much of anything. He was just saying lines. Right? Kazuya's just reading lines. He's not really, right? These lines are so cheesy, but if I shy away now, how would I ever say it in front of Mizuhara? Right? It's not free. What's the point of these lines? Right? What are these lines doing for you? Chizuru doesn't need a confession from you. So these lines are pointless. Who's actually getting something here? It's Sumi. She's in paradise. She's having the time of her fucking life. Can the nosebleed be seen as a way to destroy the perfect angel image so many people have of her? No, I think in some ways it intentionally reinforces it. So the nosebleed intentionally reinforces the pure angel motif of Sumi on purpose. It's not trying to destroy it, it's trying to reinforce it. But in reinforcing it, it's actually like there's like an underlying what is it? An underlying thing of just like, hey, like I don't know, you know what's pointless? More seasons of the anime. Why are you here? Why are you here? I'm sorry, you're in the wrong place, buddy. Why the fuck are you here? Sumi's intentions are nothing but pure. But what she's doing is not pure. Just based on the contextual element. That's what I'm saying. What she's doing is not pure. But what I mean by that is that she has feelings for him. And she's saying, practice your confessions to me. Just want the author to get a grip. Clearly you don't know what the fuck this author's doing. And what you're saying is incredibly fucking rude. That's not saying I want the author to get a grip. That's saying I want this author's work to be canceled to validate my own beliefs that this thing is bad. That's not saying I want the author to get a grip. That's just being self-entitled. Okay. So Crumpy says the translations are ready. Let's look at those. Anime 5th season celebration. You're here walking in front of me. I am here wanting to be by your side. Huh. Chizuru is ahead of him. You are here walking in front of me. I am here wanting to be by your side. I think it's literally meant to show that they're out of sync. Interesting. Chizuru is walking in front of him. He wants to be by her side. She turns back to look at him, and nothing about her demeanor says, don't come and walk with me. She turns to look back at him. He looks forward to look at her. You don't see Kazuya, you see Chizuru. Fascinating. For the sake of Kazuya, who is troubled about about his confession, what did Sumi just pick? What did Sumi just pick? It's fascinating too. I think the book as the book ended up kind of being a what's the word I'm looking for? The book kind of ended up being a misdirect, or a red herring. The book was kind of a red herring. This book has some good things in it, but they miss the point. I think that's kind of thematically fitting. The book has good things in it, but they miss the fucking point. And I think that's kind of interesting. Like Sumi is in light looking at the book, but we were completely misdirected. Sumi doesn't actually see the book. We were kind of played. Especially when you look at this. So like look at Sumi here, but then look at Sumi in the other shot, where it's like, if you go to the previous chapter, notice how Sumi is in shadows. Whereas in this one, Sumi is in light. I think that's really interesting. The last chapter has Sumi in shadows, maybe as a way to show that her intent is not clear. Whereas here, Sumi is very visible. The chapter like flips. The chapter literally flips what you thought was happening on its head. It's literally a rug pull. It's kind of like a bait and switch. Right? You kind of got baited into thinking, oh, Sumi knows what she's doing. She has a massive plan. She doesn't have a plan. Right? You kind of got baited. You think Sumi knows what she's doing. She doesn't know what she's doing. She actually doesn't have a clue what the fuck she's doing. It's a bait and switch. It's literally Reiji tricking you into thinking you're like, oh, Sumi must have some big fucking plan. She doesn't. She's just as blind as Kazuya. That's literally the point. Okay, so the last shot. So the last panel. When love is overflowing, blood is spilling. Sumi-chan overheated because of those never-ending words of love. Next time, more than that person. What? What the hell does that mean? Wait, what is that? What does the next time mean? Wait, what the hell? More than that person. What? What the hell does that mean? More than that person. What the hell? Could be Sumi's confession? I love you more than that person? Oh. Oh. Huh. So I was right. Sumi is emotional. So remember the other day we were talking about like what are the weight of the characters? Like what do the characters represent? So we said Ruka is physical, Mami is financial, Sumi is emotional. Huh. That interesting. So this being all rooted in emotion, it's literally called love, koi. It's paralleling that arc. Kazuya is going to be put in Chizuru's position. Minnie is mental. Yeah, I could see that. So Ruka is physical, Mami is financial. Ruka's physical assault results in a mental reaction, but yeah, I guess Minnie's mental. We'll go with that. Minnie is mental. Minnie's mental. She's mental. Sumi is emotional. Chizuru is a mix of all. Well, yeah, Chizuru is the whole thing. But in reality, each one of those things stem from a certain person. So it's basically like more of a I don't know. Well, Chizuru is a mix of all because all of these things are desire. So Ruka is physical desire, Mami is financial desire, Sumi is emotional desire. So yes, Chizuru is a mix of all because she is literally the source of his desire. She's the thing he cannot have. She is the source of his desire. So yes, Chizuru is absolutely a mix of all because she is the source. She's the progenitor. She's the place where this all comes from. Okay, so he says, Crumpy says that the teaser for next time is supposed to compare something, but we don't know what is being compared. So the Eddie Man's guess here it seems pretty interesting in that sense. More than that person. I love you more than that person. I think that's quite interesting. And that could very well put Sumi's love into question because and I don't know if Sumi has it in her to say that. It could be that practice thing where it's like I love you more than that person, but they're practicing, something like that. Maybe Kazuya wants to hear he's loved more than some other person. I mean, Umi was mentioned here ever so briefly, right? Umi was mentioned here ever so briefly. This idea of being liked more than another person, I think, is quite fitting. But yeah, my analysis about the library was on fucking point, it seems. Right? My analysis about the library seemed like it was pretty on fucking point because I wrote like an analysis about this where it's like, yeah, let me find it. We read it yesterday. We read it in yesterday's stream. But yeah, it seems like my fucking analysis is kind of on point. Oh, it even matches what's going to be depicted in the anime. Because if you recall, next chapter should come out around chapter 218. And the episode before chapter 218 gets adapted is going to be what is it? What's it going to be? It's going to be Mommy saying Kazuya is stupid because he's trying to be with Chizuru, who is way prettier than him and way better than him. And Mommy says some people might call him an idealist, I call him a fucking idiot. Mommy's more possessive, physical, emotional. Minnie is dramatic. No, you're missing Edamatan. You're missing the point. We're talking about something very specific. Mommy is financial because a lot of her conflicts are literally financial exchanges. Literally what she's doing with Kazuya in many ways is kind of like a financial exchange. Mommy's entire thing with her family is literally trapped due to money. When Mommy's love is literally raised and talked about, it is during a chapter where Chizuru is literally selling her home. Mommy is presented a choice in between a meat bun and a red bean bun. What that presents is literally the fact that Mommy is literally constantly being presented financial exchanges. The way she looks at love is kind of like a financial exchange. It's literally like, here, let's trade this thing, rather than actually forming a real bond. That's what I mean when it's financial. She wants financial control of something. Rather, in that sense, doesn't that literally match what you're talking about? It's possessive, physical and emotional. See what I mean? That's what I say when it's financial. It's literally she's trying to control something. Therefore, it is financial. With Ruka, it's physical. She's literally physically controlling Kazuya. Sumi is emotional, right? Sumi is trying to get emotional control. Minnie is mental control. Whereas Chizuru is just trying to have like a fucking relationship. And it's more autonomy control. Right? So I would say Chizuru is like more on the lines of controlling her own desires. Right? Chizuru is more about like controlling her own desires rather than controlling someone else's. So she's kind of the flip of everybody. Right? She's kind of like literally the flip of everybody. She is the source of Kazuya's desires, but she is about her own personal autonomy and like understanding herself and controlling herself. So I guess we figured out what Chizuru is. So yeah, no, Sumi is literally about emotional control, whereas Mommy is financial and Ruka is physical, and then Minnie is mental. Minnie is mental. It's so funny to say that. Minnie is mental, bro. Minnie be cray cray. Minnie's mental. She cray cray. Just try and see what Japanese fans have said. Okay. It's crazy we are getting the real harem because before it wasn't so much a harem to me, even though it is. Well, no, Rent-A-Girlfriend's always been a criticism of harems. It's not a harem. Even now, it's not a harem. You're living the lie of a harem. You're living the lie of a harem. Every single one of these female characters who are in love with Kazuya, their love is literally being put to question. Every single one of them, their love is being put to question. Ruka is like, okay, do you really love him if you're physically, like, controlling him? Do you really love him if he doesn't fucking see you or understand you? It feels like it, though, recently. That's the point. It feels like, that's literally the point. It's meant to feel like it. It's tricking you. You're literally getting trapped in your own little, like Reiji is, like, literally tricking you by giving you all the things you're all familiar with. It's intentional. It's meant to feel like it. That is the point. It is meant to feel like it because Reiji's literally calling nonsense out. Okay, so with Ruka, we literally explained it physical. Okay, with Mami, it's like, okay, do you really have a relationship with this person if your relationship is almost financial in nature, where it's literally about trade-offs and like handing stuff over to someone or getting something back from someone, right? Is that really like a relationship? Does the person really have a say in the matter? If you're just kind of like doing your own thing and like controlling the situation emotionally and physically and financially, right? If you're so in control of the situation and the person doesn't have any control, if you constantly give up control, right? So Mami constantly takes control of the situation and then hands it over to Kazuya. Is it really a decision? So like the entire point of Mami's entire conflict is like, is there really a decision present in everything that you're doing, or are you just deluding yourself into thinking there was a decision at all? And that's literally reflected in the meat bun, bean bun thing that Mami did. Lastly, there's the Sumi situation. With the Sumi situation, it's the most interesting. Sumi is emotional. Okay, Sumi is a rental girlfriend. She is in love with Kazuya. She's helping Kazuya with someone else, with his love for someone else, but she has feelings for him. In that sense, is there really can you honestly say, like, you actually, like, have feelings for this person, or your feelings for this person are real, if most of the time you're helping him with someone else? If you're just, and then to top it off, you're not even around. You don't even have his number. You don't talk to him. You're like literally not in his fucking life. Right? So Sumi is literally not in Kazuya's life as a mirror to how he's literally not in Chizuru's life. So how can Sumi say she loves him? That is a fascinating question. How can you say you love Kazuya when you're literally not in his life? Yeah, you gave him a gift. That's nice. The gift is really small, intentionally so, because she's literally she's not present in his life, as a mirror to how he's not present in Chizuru's life. This is why, before Kazuya goes on his date with Sumi, he literally says, I want to protect her, I want to be there for her, I want to do all these things for her, and yet you're not doing that. Therefore, can you really say you love this person? Everything about Kazuya's love is intentionally being challenged, whether it be physical, financial, or emotional. Every single aspect of it is being challenged because you're not acting on your love. You're claiming to feel all of these things and you're not doing it. So there's a bigger question here. Why are you acting like this? Maybe call Mami transactional. Financial is confusing to me. Okay, that's fair. We can go with that. Mami's transactional. Okay, Mami's transactional. The reason I said financial is because Kazuya lays it out for us in chapter 393. That's kind of why I wanted to go with financial. Here, I'll show it to you. I'll show you what I mean. In chapter 393, Kazuya pretty much lays it out for us, like verbatim, play by play. You'll see here. You'll see. Kazuya has the wet dream. So like Kazuya has the wet dream here. He wakes up, and then he has 3 different fantasies. First, he has a physical one. So he wants to be physically desired. So he imagines himself physically ripped. He literally imagines himself physically ripped. Then he wants to get a job. So he literally wants to be financially desired. That's why I correlate mommy to financial. That's literally why I correlate mommy to financial. He wants to be physically desired. And then there's literally one more, the confession. He wants to confess. Therefore, he wants to also be emotionally desired. That's why I'm saying mommy is financial, because there is a financial element to it. There is a financial element to it. It's the illusion of a transaction. There isn't a transaction. That's why I can't say it's transactional. Because there isn't really a transaction. It's the illusion that you're doing something. It's the illusion. Someone has a whole lot of money and the other person doesn't. That's why I'm saying mommy's thing is more financial. And I get it. It might seem a little confusing, but it's not transactional. Because someone has all the control and the other person has no control. So you can't really say that's a transaction. A transaction is mutual. Mommy's whole thing is not mutual. The whole point of mommy's relationship is that it's not mutual. She gets everything, he gets nothing. That's literally what happens. Chizuru and Kazuya created something real out of a transaction. Correct. It's the idea that love can be born from anywhere. But yeah, so no, I think that's it. So let's see. Work on my body, physical. Do everything I can to find a job, financial. Think of a perfect confession, emotional. Ask Mizuhara out on another date. He already did that. What would ask Mizuhara out on another date even be? And get my license. The only real one. Get my license. But the license reflects the thing he thinks he can't have. Therefore, he needs a license to do it. Another boring, pointless chapter, dude. Ain't Oda. He lacks the talent to write a long story without having to recycle the same garbage over and over again. What? How are you comparing One Piece to this? That's a weird fucking take. It's a weird fucking take, bro. How are you comparing One Piece to this? These are like two completely different stories. One's a fucking romance story, and the other is like One Piece. Like an entire expansive world. What the fuck are you expecting here? That seems kind of silly. The fuck are you expecting here? That seems kind of silly. It also doesn't feel like you really read the chapter. It doesn't really feel like you read the chapter. You kind of just, reacted to it. Which is really funny. You're talking about things being recycled over and over again when the story is literally talking about how things are looping, how we are literally creating cycles. That's literally a massive point of what's going on. I'm kind of confused about this chapter. It's a little confusing, absolutely. It's a little. Everything since we started the Sumi arc has been confusing by design. Because it's meant to feel confusing. It's to make you feel how Chizuru has felt, how confused she's felt. You're meant to be confused. It's okay. It is okay. We're still figuring it out too. Even I didn't get things correct. Even I'm not getting things correct. There are things I'm missing too. You're meant to be confused. Reiji is spelling this out slowly but surely. But everyone's taking advantage of Kazi to get what they want, not what he wants. Exactly. That's what I mean. It's not transactional. A transaction is you both get something you want. Here, everyone is taking advantage of Kazuya. You cannot say what Kazuya and like even Sumi have is transactional. It's not. She's getting something out of this. He's really not. He's yet to get anything out of this. Right? So while Kazuya is saying something kind of terrible, there is kind of a point there. Kazuya is yet to really get anything out of this. Yeah, they took notes, they researched confessions, they did all of this stuff, yet none of it was really helpful, was it? Right? Kazuya got all these confessions, but here's the root of the problem. Here's the root of the real problem. This idea that he's not physically attractive and he can't say these things. So when he starts practicing with Sumi and Sumi reacts, like what this arc is going to do is challenge his perception of like someone being prettier means that like what they say doesn't matter. Yet here is Kazuya not being traditionally attractive and he says all these lines and it fucks Sumi up. His entire perception that a prettier person could say these lines more like, could land these lines better because they're attractive is bullshit. So this chapter is literally like, it's showing Kazuya how his beliefs are bullshit. As a mirror to how the beginning of the series, Sumi had these beliefs about herself that were totally bullshit. That she tricked herself about all these nonsensical beliefs. Right? So she, remember, what was Sumi thinking the whole time in the very beginning of the series? I'm not fit for this. I can't do this. Blah, blah, blah. She made Kazuya nosebleed. Just by being herself. Just by being herself, she got Kazuya to fucking nosebleed. Right? So that raises the question, why does Sumi think she's unfit for this when she's a cutie fucking patootie? And she's literally perfect for this job. Whereas Kazuya, this is contrasting him. His belief that he's not attractive, that an attractive person could say this line and it'll work better because they're attractive. Yet here's Kazuya, who's not traditionally attractive, saying a bunch of lines and it cracks Sumi open like a fucking can. What's hot and cracks open? What's hot and cracks open? I don't know. Made her overheat like an oven. I don't know. It made her overheat like my PS5 playing fucking Resident Evil 9 Requiem. Yeah, that's pretty fitting. My PS5 overheats so fucking much playing that stupid goddamn video game, dude. So goddamn much. It's constantly overheating. It's kind of irritating, honestly. The game is like too strong. Oh, I gotta check something. One sec. Translate to English. Today's... the anime airs on Minnie's birthday. Huh. The anime airs on Minnie's birthday. Did you clean your PS5? Maybe I should. It would just be a little bit of dust and stuff. It shouldn't be anything bad. But it is overheating a little too much, so maybe it needs some cleaning. I've yet to clean this one. I cleaned my old one. I had an older one that I cleaned. This one I definitely I haven't cleaned yet, so I'll have to do that. Kazuya's thoughts of Chizuru's background was black and then white afterwards. Not sure what that means, if that means anything. Where? I don't clean my PS5. I should. You should. In this economy, absolutely, dude. Everything is going to cost like a fucktillion more. The PS5 price is already going up. You should clean your PS5. Don't risk it, homie. You should absolutely clean your PS5. I am. I'll probably do it after this stream. Kazuya's thoughts of Chizuru's background was black and then white afterwards. Not sure if there's anything. Okay, so... you mean this, I think. Oh, this one, black, and then white. I do find it fascinating that... Did you notice this? Every time Kazuya thinks of the real Chizuru, she's always smiling, and she's always dressed for that specific date. Did you notice that? Whenever Kazuya thinks of Delulu Chizuru, she always looks different. Right? Whenever Kazuya thinks of Delulu Chizuru, like the Chizuru in his head, completely different person. Right? She's dressed like a princess. It's Romeo and Juliet or some fucking bullshit. Or he's Leonardo DiCaprio. I think oh yeah, this is supposed to be Titanic. But for some reason he's a knight, and it's weird. And then you go to like when he actually thinks of the real Chizuru, and it's her smile on that date. And if you remember, right after the date, he literally says, the only thing I can remember is your smile. Right? That's really interesting to show how he literally doesn't remember her. The only thing he remembers is her smile. The only thing he remembers is the feeling. He doesn't remember anything else. Right? You have to go back to that. And that literally explains so much of where Kazuya's character is right now. Where he's literally not remembering her. right? So I think we have to take that a little bit more literally. Besides, after everything, all I can remember is the smile on your face. He literally doesn't remember anything else. His mind is literally clouded. He doesn't remember everything else. It's actually about memory. He literally doesn't remember her correctly. Huh. I didn't even clock that until this chapter. Cherries. Okay. So understand the reason we can't really piece everything together just quite yet is because we still don't have the full story. He remembers what is convenient. No, his mind literally can only remember the smile. It's not even simply what's convenient anymore. He literally can only remember that. Like, his mind literally can't remember. It's disassociating. So that makes a little more sense. As for the background being black and then white afterwards, let's look into that. The background being black and then white afterwards. Let's look into that. Oh, God, my nose. It's like, here, let me blow my nose. Give me a sec. Sorry, back. Okay. So, right here, Sumi is getting ready to hear his confession. She won't budge. A solid determination. I guess she's right. If I can't say it here, how would I ever say it for real when the stakes are high? Ironic. This line is incredibly ironic because Sumi can't say her feelings. Right? She can't even say them in rental. It's quite ironic. The person who does not speak is challenging someone else to speak. There's an irony present there. I know Sumi-chan's shy about this, but she's doing everything in her power as a rental girlfriend to support me. He remembers Chizuru with a black background. Okay. Even if you are on the shore of the farthest sea, I will set sail to take you as my own. This line in particular being shown with Chizuru is fascinating because do you remember where the rejection happens? It happens at sea. It happens at the sea. So I think that's why we see Chizuru here. Even if you are on the shore of the farthest sea, Umi is ocean. I will set sail to take you as my own. Why is this one shown in white and why is he in shadow? It's almost like Kazuya's face doesn't matter. It's the words that he's saying. But isn't that interesting? Do you notice this? There's something interesting happens here. Kazuya almost puts himself to the side here and starts saying words. And you stop seeing him. You see his back, you see his mouth, you see his back again. Even here, his facial features disappear. And then here, his face comes back. And again, he's in shadow here, right? You see his face again when he stops saying the lines, but then it zooms out again, and it's again about the words. And then one more time, he is in shadow. Did you notice how they're both in shadow? Neither is aware of what these words mean or what they're doing. It's like these aren't them. But they're not noticing the effect of their words. It's not about them, it's their words. Therefore, does it really matter? It's literally not even about them. So is this really even love? That's fascinating. Right? It's not even about Kazuya, it's just about it's in many ways expressing his feelings for Chizuru. You see Chizuru's face, but you don't see Kazuya's face. You again see Chizuru's face here, but you don't see Kazuya's face. That raises the question, does Kazuya matter in this equation when it comes to Chizuru? Which is kind of a problem. It's too selfless. Literally selfless. It's not even his own words. It's like he doesn't matter, and all that matters is the smile that he saw. He literally doesn't matter in the picture. Right? Here, I think this is the best way to see it. They look like just like everybody else. They kind of just look like everybody else, don't they? All these words hover around, and it's this shot, this particular shot. I'm going to pull it up on here. So this particular shot is meant to parallel something else. I'm going to show you what it's meant to look like. Think of this like a bastardization of another scene that I'm about to show you. Okay, what do you see here? Just them. Just Sumi and Kazuya. Sitting down, talking at night. Sumi and Kazuya talking, but you see everyone else. Kazuya is expressing his heartfelt feelings about Chizuru. He's talking about her, right? And it makes him cry. Right? He feels so much emotion. And in the end, right, again, they're on steps. And it flips over. The shot literally flips over. And you realize you're both sharing in something. You are both sharing a real emotion. You are both truly connecting to each other. It is not just something you're feeling alone. You are feeling this emotion together. This chapter is the total opposite. This chapter is the total opposite. You are both feeling your own thing completely disconnected from the other person. That is what this chapter is. This chapter is literally out of sync. That is I get it now. I get it now. That is the point of the opening page. I understand now. This chapter is literally like, it's about feeling your own thing completely separate from the other person. It is inherently selfish, but being presented as if being selfless. I'm going to read to you what the words here literally say. Right? Crumpy sent this to us earlier. I'm going to read to you exactly what it says. This chapter is literally about being like feeling your own thing completely separate from the other person. You're not connecting to the other person. You're off in your own little world. You are in your own little utopia. You are here. The words here literally read, you are here walking in front of me. I am here wanting to be by your side. She's walking in front of him, looking back at him. He wants to stand next to her. They're both feeling something completely different from the other person. They're literally out of sync. Chizuru turns back to look at you. You're having a great experience looking at her, and she's having a great experience looking at you. But you're not standing next to each other. You're not walking hand in hand. Her hands are literally tucked in her thing. You're not hand in hand. You're not connecting. She turns back to look at you. You are seeing something. You are seeing the same place from a completely different angle. Right? Where Sumi and Kazuya sit, right? This spot where Kazuya and Sumi sit, you see it from a completely different angle in the opening. Literally flipped over. As if it's two completely different experiences. Right? Two completely different experiences. It's not the same thing. Right? That's the whole idea. You get a whole new perspective. And it's the whole point of this thing. You see a version of it here, and then you see a different version of it there if you sit on the other side. That's literally the whole point. You have a completely different perspective of this place when you sit from a different place. So you literally have a different perspective from the other person. What you're experiencing is completely your own and not someone else's. You're not sharing anything here. Sumi is getting her own experience here, while Kazuya is busy like feeling cheesy and trying to muster up the courage. Sumi, in contrast, is being confessed to, without really being confessed to, by the guy she really likes. Two completely different experiences. You're both going through something completely different. You're not sharing in anything here. Okay, that seems to be the idea of this chapter, dissonance. Right? This chapter seems to kind of be about dissonance. And that matches perfectly with Kazuya's belief right here that I guess even a confession of love are easy for good-looking guys. Here is Kazuya doing confessions of love the entire fucking time. He finds it cheesy. He's not good looking, but it is fucking Sumi up. So does it really matter if a good looking dude can do a confession? So this chapter is kind of like intentionally out of sync and weird. Yeah, this chapter is like intentionally out of sync and very weird. Let's see. Chizuru would rather like to hear a blue damsel fish compliment more than this Western corny cliche garbage. Pretty much. Yeah, and that's completely true. Whereas Sumi is getting exactly what she wants. Sumi's getting exactly what she wants. Wow, so my read on Sumi was pretty fucking accurate. Holy shit. Wow, my read on Sumi was pretty fucking accurate. Holy shit, she literally is Minnie's mirror. Minnie talks too much, Sumi doesn't talk enough. Sumi doesn't even talk, sorry. Right? Minnie doesn't shut the fuck up. Sumi like literally Minnie doesn't know when to shut up. Minnie needs to shut the fuck up. Sumi needs to talk more. Sumi needs to be honest with herself and let herself talk more. She doesn't talk enough. And she needs to start voicing what she's actually feeling and thinking. Minnie needs to slow the fuck down and start actually processing what she's doing and think about it carefully. They almost in many ways like contrast each other intentionally, but because they're on such opposite extremes, they end up doing exactly the same thing. They're on such opposite extremes, they end up doing exactly the same thing. Minnie is too involved. Sumi is not involved at all. Right? Sumi is barely present. And it makes her presence count when she shows up, but because she doesn't show up, it makes everything worse. In that same way, Minnie is too present, so nothing matters. Right? Because Sumi barely shows up, so it ends up almost not mattering because she's literally not around. Minnie is too present, devaluing her presence. Because she's constantly just never shutting the fuck up and never like taking time to process or think about anything. They're literally like opposite extremes. That's so interesting. Do Sumi and Minnie know each other? Kind of. They met on Chizuru's birthday. They talked. I don't know if they exchanged line info or anything, but they talked. I wonder if Kazuya saying the movie. I wonder, is Kazuya saying the movie titles or are they just for us? I think he's actually saying them because you see them in the Japanese too. Yeah, and this again kind of looks like a movie poster. Even the words written here are very movie poster-esque, which is a repeating motif. You'll notice a lot of times when it comes to Kazuya's feelings for Chizuru, it's kind of like a movie. And many people have said, "Oh, what if this is Kazuya like making a movie and talking about it?" This is Reiji almost criticizing that. Love isn't a movie. Relationships aren't a movie. It's not a storyline. It's not all this extra bullshit. It's a connection. It's something you forge together. Sumi isn't trying to hurt Kazuya. Sumi isn't trying to. She just doesn't realize the hypocrisy of her actions. That's the sad truth. So yeah. Yeah, he is quoting them, you'll see. Right? So this is the movie. This is the movie. This is he's literally saying them. He's actually quoting them. But doesn't that make it meaningless? It's like it's not even your words. You're just saying these confessions. It's like it's literally how you can use books and AI the wrong way. That's really fascinating. You can literally read a book and just take away what you want to take away. As a mirror to how like when you read when you're looking at AI, you're just there to get what you want. Yeah, you can do the same thing with books. Yeah, books can lead you to self-reflect if you actually engage with the book. If you just kind of take from the book what you want to take, just write that down, that kind of bullshit. Are you really learning anything? I think that's really fascinating. Like, are you really learning anything from these books if you're not actually engaging with the book, right? If Sumi had just grabbed that one book and maybe tried to read it and like get through it, that would have been interesting. But I think Sumi doesn't even know the book. I'm going to be real. I think the book Sumi grabbed, I don't think she even knows it. That was the bait and switch. If Sumi had actually read this book, the book she grabbed, if Sumi had actually maybe read this book, then she might have had a different POV. Instead, all Sumi and Kazuya did was just skim through the books and grab the confessions that fit their narrative, right? This sounds like a good confession. I'll take this. They didn't actually read their books, right? And then she picks up other stuff that are not really fitting or relevant to this. In fact, isn't it fascinating that the book Sumi picks up, you never actually see? Did you notice that? The book Sumi picks up, you never actually see, right? So you just grab all these books that like you skim through. What good are books if you don't actually read them? What good is a book if you don't actually read it? It's the same thing with this manga. This manga, people literally skim through this stuff and they just don't actually read it. You'll get people constantly hopping in here telling me what they think of the chapter because they just literally kind of skimmed it. They didn't really read it. They didn't really engage with it. So that's the thing I didn't even consider when thinking about it. I'm like, if you read a book, it will force you to self-reflect. That is contingent on the fact that you have to read the book. If you don't read the book, what the fuck nothing's gonna happen. If you just skim the book, you're not gonna learn anything. So that's literally it. And I think that's super fitting because that's literally what AI is. AI is just a concept. So here, I'm going to explain AI like the best way I can understand to explain AI for you. AI is literally just the concept of something. It's not you delving deep enough into it. You didn't actually dig in to learn something. I saw someone like, let me pull it up. I saw someone talk about this that I thought was really interesting. Let me pull it up. Yeah, right here. This is from a 18 plus account. Oh, well. We take some L's. Oh, well, we'll take some L's. I'm not sure who this person is. I'm just here to say their take is based. That's it. I'm not saying I support this person. I don't even know who the fuck they are. I don't even know who the fuck this person is. I just think their take is based. That's it. Okay, so let's just listen to this really quick.
A defense for AI.
Let's make sure it's hearable.
Art that you'll often hear is that real art is hard, that not everyone can be an artist, so it's nice to have a machine that can do the art for you. And I think something very important that we all need to understand is that you do not deserve to make art. No one deserves to make art. It is a skill that needs to be acquired and strive for. It's something you earn, not something that you're entitled to. No one has ever found it easy to make.
I know the volume is low. I was hoping to make it louder, but here, let me see if I can do something. I know the volume is low. Let me see if I can make it louder. Damn, I can't make it louder. What the fuck? What can I do? What can I do to make the volume louder?
A defense for AI art that you'll often hear is that real art is hard, that not everyone can be an artist, so it's nice to have a machine that can do the art for you. And I think something very important that we all need to understand is that you do not deserve to make art. No one deserves to make art. It is a skill that needs to be acquired and strive for. It's something you earn, not something that you're entitled to. No one has ever found it easy to make art. Sure, some are more inclined than others, but regardless, there is years of practice and training and honing skills. To think you should be able to access it without that is to dumb down the concept of art as a whole. A defense for AI art that...
Okay, did you guys hear that? Was that hearable? Was that hearable? Like, was that something you could hear? He's literally saying, like, you have to work for art. You don't just get it. It doesn't matter. You couldn't, and it's the same exact thing Kazuya and Sumi are literally doing right now. They're not actually working on their feelings and emotions. They're just saying confessions. What good is a confession if you didn't actually, like, put your feelings behind it? If you didn't fucking work on it? What good is a book if you don't fucking read it? Right? What good is a book if you don't fucking read it?
This one, where they said, guys, comment on this one, where they said, guys, just so you know, this episode was once again made with AI. We have decided to use both AI and real art and to switch between the two. Otherwise, creating these videos takes too long.
Okay, listen to this.
It takes too long, huh? It takes too long. So it's easier to make a remarkably worse series that you run through the devil printer. Because why make a series that can be great when you can just make a series that gives you an idea of a series that could be great?
That's what AI is. It is the idea of something. It is not actually the thing.
I'm getting heated talking about it again. If you want to really set yourself off, just read some of the comments on these videos. Yes, classic Angel Engine right here. What, you mean because the visual looks slightly different than every other visual we've seen because it's ran through a machine that doesn't understand what you're doing? Yes, finally, we back. Don't let the fake fans hate on the AI. We love you, bro. Yeah, because when I think of fans of something, I think of people that would rather the visuals just be randomly spit out by a machine than actually, you know, made. I actually like the AI art better. No, you don't. You don't. You're saying that to be contrarian. Because there is no AI art. It's an approximation every time. It is never the art done over and over again. It is just the idea that's vaguely familiar of the art, and you can't get across any core ideas or consistent imagery with it, and you can't do visual storytelling when the thing that is making the art doesn't understand what that means.
He got a little heated there. But that I pretty much very much agree, yes. AI literally just doesn't dig deep enough. You cannot conceptually convey anything because the AI literally just doesn't dig deep enough. Here, I actually wrote something for it too. Let me see if I can find what I wrote. I think this is it. Okay, so Now think of this while I read to you what I'm about to read to you. With AI, I don't see your flaws as a person. I just see your flawed ideas that you never put into paper. Things you never really thought through. Stuff that you just thought about but never really conceptualized, dug into, felt, experienced. You just thought about it and the AI made it for you. It's not really yours. This work does not reflect you. It reflects your fleeting thought that you didn't really care to think about. It doesn't matter all that much to you since you never really put an effort in to truly make it. You just like the feeling of thinking you made something and rewarding your brain for just starting. Not the actual hard part of finishing. The flaw of the logic that starting is the hardest part. No, it isn't. It's finishing. So, yeah, you know that logic that, like, starting is the hardest part. No, it's not. Finishing something is. Starting may be tough, and it's usually how we lie to ourselves to tell ourselves, like, I'm having a hard time, like, starting, but once I start, I'll have a smooth sailing. No, you won't. Real things, starting and actually sticking to it is the hard part. Finishing it is the hard part, not starting it. Starting it is actually like, yeah, it's hard, but it's not nearly as hard as actually finishing the task. So, yeah, as someone who does video editing, I haven't done it in a while, but as someone who used to do a lot of video editing and like telling you how fucking hard it is to actually finish my video editing tasks, bro, finishing is so much harder than starting. Starting is hard until you start. Exactly. When you start, it's not so hard anymore. Finishing it is a constant struggle. Like regular constant struggle. So yes, there is a lot of intentional play of visuals happening here. Kazuya and Sumi sitting on the stairs is particularly fascinating to me. You see them sitting on the stairs in the past. Okay, I'm just gonna ban you, Pirate. I kind of don't care about your nonsense anymore. I gave you a chance. You didn't change your perspective or anything. You're just kind of repeating the same nonsense over and over. I'm just banning you, dude. I don't care for your bullshit anymore. Fuck off. Go be somewhere else, Mr. One Piece worshipper. Waste of my fucking time. I try to give people as many chances as I can until you are just doing the same thing and you're not changing. You're just wasting my fucking time, or you're just irritating me. Then I'm kind of done with your bullshit. Like, I try to give people a chance. I try to engage with them. If you refuse to change, that's your own fucking issue. Okay. That kind of distracted me. Okay, so they're on the stairs. Why are Sumi and Kazuya constantly shown on stairs? Like, regularly, they're on stairs. That's really fascinating to me. Oh my god, they're on their phones. And they're looking at papers. They're not actually looking at each other. Kazuya's literally not looking at her. That just clocked me. He only looks at her afterwards. He's literally confessing the whole time and he's not looking at her. Dude, that's like plot 1 of confessing. You look at the fucking person. Did you notice that? He's reading all of these lines and he's not looking at Sumi. He only clocks it in the very end. That's the whole point of a confession, is that you're looking at someone, not reading a note. He's literally looking on his phone. She's looking at him. He's looking on his phone. You can't tell who's looking at who. They're literally just like everyone else. That's the whole idea. This isn't personal. They're just like everyone else. Whereas before, it was very personal. Sumi's getting a personal experience. Kazuya is just saying something general. He's not getting something, she is. He's looking at his phone in a notebook. Is it kind of similar when Minnie taking to Kazuya in a restaurant? When Minnie's talking to Kazuya in a restaurant, is it similar? How so? I know what you're referring to, but how so? What do we think the opposite of a debatable? I have started writing a musical. I just can't get too close. Get too close. Good. Could you rewrite that? I don't know what you're saying. Adamatan. Could you write that? I don't know what you're saying. Or edimation? Edimation? If Sumi's hairpin is almost the same as Chizuru's earrings when Kazuya imagines her, yes, they are similar. Yes, they are similar. They're both jewels. Like, look at this jewel, and then look at this jewel. It's quite similar. It's a jewel. She's literally just Chizuru. She's not Sumi anymore. She's Chizuru. She's literally being placed in Chizuru's position. She's not Sumi anymore. She is Chizuru. Literally, in her not having a ribbon, but having a jewel. Just as Chizuru wore jewels on her earrings. Jewels that you're constantly shown and reminded of. Jewels that look oddly similar to the jewel she has on. And he is not looking at her. Correct. Kazuya's selfless actions speak more louder and genuine than all his empty words floating in the panel. Correct. Well, it's not even his selfless actions, like his personal words. Before, it was very personal words. Here it's very like fictional words. You know, it's like these aren't really his own words. They're someone else's. It's been a while since I watched your stream. Today's chapter was funny when Sumi-chan got nosebleed. Plus, those lines from the movies were so cheesy. Yeah, and that's the whole point, is like, they're fictional. You're reading fictional lines to say a real confession. How could you possibly hope to get something real by saying fictional things? How could you possibly hope to have something real by saying something fictional? In that way, Sumi reacting to Kazuya saying these fictional lines to her is a literal, like, meta commentary on Sumi's character. She wants a real relationship, but literally gets a fictional thing and nosebleeds over it. This isn't real. You've deluded yourself. In reality, what Reiji was showing us is that they're both in the toy box. They're literally both toys. Sumi is a doll playing dress up with Kazuya. She got him a shirt for his birthday. She's called a walking doll. And in many ways lets that in part define her. Because when she's walking, she doesn't have enough self-respect to like close her eyes and center herself in the picture. Right? So we were talking about this either last stream or the stream before that one. We were talking about self-respect. Sumi, in many ways, lets how the people talk about her somewhat define her. Because when she walks here, she's literally to the side. And her eyes are partially closed. These words these people are saying are getting to her. She doesn't have enough self-respect to not view herself as a walking doll. She perceives herself as this. She is not this. Just as later, when they're walking, she's literally compared to a statue. Right? A statue to learn and study, but Sumi isn't learning and studying. They're literally dolls and toys in a toy box. Sumi is a doll playing dress up with Kazuya. They're not actually learning anything. They're still in their toy box and they don't realize. This is why the visuals literally show you a toy box, right? Where is it? After Kazuya and Sumi are done doing their thing, look at what happens. It skips, and it's the same exact toy box, but now Mr. Fish is inside. Now Mr. Fish is inside the toy box. And what does Reiji do? Did you notice what he does? Now both Sumi and Kazuya are compared to the toy box. Both Sumi and Kazuya are in the toy box. Whereas before, if you go to the previous chapter, right? When you go to the previous chapter, it's only Kazuya in the toy box, right? In the opening page, you see a toy box and only Kazuya is inside. Then Sumi walks in and sits next to him. And she's literally called a walking doll. Right? But then the toy box is never shown again. However, it's literally telling you Sumi walked into a toy box. She came and sat down in a toy box. When you think they exited the toy box, when they get up and start walking, you think they exited the toy box. In reality, all they did was go to another one. All they did in reality was just simply go to another toy box. In that sense, the library just ended up being a toy box. That's all it is. They went to the library to study and learn. They were here to be smart and study and understand something, and all they ended up doing was just going back into the toy box. They never actually stepped out. They tricked themselves into thinking they stepped out of the toy box. They just literally did the same thing. Sumi, my dress-up rental. Kind of, yeah. I feel Kazuya might pull off one of those lines at the date, and Chizuru might ask him to be real, then he could confess his real feelings to her. I'm curious if we're even gonna get to the date. I'm curious if we're even gonna get to the date at this point. Is the date even real? Are we even gonna actually get to it? I think this chapter is literally quite like this arc is like setting that up. Is that date even real? Are we even gonna get there, or is it just pure fiction? At this rate, I'm not sure where we're getting the date without any hiccups. I'm not sure we are getting the date without any hiccups. I don't even know if we're gonna get to the date. Sumi turned the whole library into AI, pretty much. That is so interesting. That is such an interesting writing thing. To be like, the library is for learning. You can always learn from the library. Not if you don't read the book. Not if you don't read the book. You can spend an entire hour thinking you made some progress when in reality you've done nothing. Bro, it's literally that line from Kingdom Hearts. It's literally Plato's cave. It's straight up Plato's cave. Those who do not see, those who see but cannot understand will know nothing. I'm pretty sure that's the line. Let me see if I can find it. So I found an accurate translation of the opening line. So okay, cute thing I learned recently. Kingdom Hearts 1 is about knowledge. In particular, seeking knowledge and true knowledge. And the reason this is the case is because the villain of the series is called the Seeker of Darkness. Sora and Ansem, the villain of the story, literally have a talk inside of a cave that is literally a direct analogy to Plato's cave, aka the allegory of the cave, where he literally tells him, yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find the line, but he literally says, like, those who cannot see, like, cannot understand or something. Like, let me find it. I always forget how to fucking search things on Google Docs. Google Docs, search word. Control F. It's always Control F. Control F. Good. Oh, damn it. I pressed the wrong thing. Yeah, that line is not really accurate. It's not the same thing. Those who know nothing can understand nothing. No. He specifically says in Japanese, even those who see and but know nothing can understand nothing. He's essentially saying, even if you were to look, because you don't understand what you're looking at, you won't know anything. That's literally what he's saying. Not less of a translation error and more of maybe they didn't understand what was supposed to be said. Because the line lands, the line sounds good, but it just doesn't quite nothing. Maybe I wrote it. Maybe I wrote it on Twitter. It's less of a translation error and more of the meaning is a little different. But granted, Kingdom Hearts has a lot of translation issues. That's one of the reasons the series is perceived so weird. Latest? Thanks. Really useful. Even see. Here, I know where I can find the line. Just give me a sec. I know how to find the line. Huh. Weird. There we go. Even if someone who knows nothing, okay, so even if, whoops, I found it. Okay, I found it. Even if someone who knows even if someone who knows nothing were to see, they wouldn't be able to comprehend anything. That's what the actual line from Kingdom Hearts 1 is. That's the original line from Kingdom Hearts 1. Even if someone who knows nothing were to see, they wouldn't be able to comprehend anything. So even if you can see, because you don't know anything, you won't comprehend anything. That's kind of literally the chapter. Because Kazuya doesn't know anything, when he looks at things, he can't understand anything. Okay. In the legend of the Peach Blossom Spring, the fisherman finds a hidden world. In the version of this story, can we say Kazuya has found a hidden world in his device using AI? Well, no, the hidden world is literally the library. But you could say, like, he didn't really find anything. He found like a hidden world, right? That's literally what it was. He found a hidden world that Sumi can fit into. It's a perfect place for Sumi-chan, and yet, isn't it ironic how Sumi almost doesn't fit in because she didn't actually learn anything? Kazuya literally says it's a perfect place for Sumi-chan, and yet Sumi didn't learn anything. So, it makes you question, is this the perfect place for Sumi? It makes you wonder, did she actually learn anything? Is this really the Peach Blossom Spring? Is this really a utopia? Is this really paradise? Or is this just a delusion? Right? This is all just a big delusion. So, this is basically the opposite of dreaming. Basically, the story up until Hawaiians was saying, keep dreaming, keep believing. Dreaming and believing is good. This is like the opposite. This is like when you flip it on its head. It's like, dreaming is nice, but don't be fucking delusional. This is kind of what the story's literally saying right now. Dreaming is nice, don't be fucking delusional. Sorry, Faye, my phone passed out when I was debating that the start is hard. Starting is so easy, but when then expand on ending things is a pain in the ass. I myself start a musical and just can't seem to be able to finish. Everything I do in the middle crashes the ending. It's a process. You really gotta fucking struggle when you're doing shit, you know? You gotta work your fucking ass off. You really gotta fucking struggle through it. It's not easy. Most things in life are not easy. You have to struggle through them. I think I'm almost done with Kingdom Hearts 1. I've beaten the dragon and rescued my girlfriend. I'm not sure how much further the story goes. There's still a little bit. It's funny, Kazuya thinks she will see her. She's going to see her brother, even though I'm paying for this in chapter 419, because even though she's doing it for Kazuya, she is the one benefiting. Oh my god, that has a different meaning now. That has a different meaning now. He was wrong back then. She was trying to help him. He was an asshole for assuming, but he turned out to literally be correct because she's kind of benefiting here. He turned out to literally kind of be correct. He thinks she's wasting his time by going to meet her little brother, not realizing she's trying to help him. However, she doesn't realize when she's trying to help him, she's wasting his fucking time. And that nothing is actually changing. How ironic is that? He thinks she's wasting his time by not actually doing something for him. And then when she's actually doing something for him, he doesn't realize that she's not actually doing anything for him. That's so good. These chapters, this chapter and last chapter absolutely complement each other. They are like yin and yang. They literally complement each other. They are one and the same. They are absolutely necessary for each other. Because in last chapter, Kazuya is in his own little toy box. In this chapter, Sumi joins him in the toy box. They literally complement each other. It literally directly ties into what I wrote. They are parallels. I literally wrote this entire fucking essay about Sumi's character. Holy shit, it was so on fucking point. Oh, the Sumi essay was so on fucking point. Dude, my Sumi essay was on fucking point. Where's the fucking Sumi essay that I wrote? I think this is from it. I'm pretty sure this is from it. Keeping a lid on your emotions and going no contact is the worst thing you can do. Minnie said this to Chizuru in chapter in the 3-month time skip. Ironically, Minnie now reinforces and lets Kazuya avoid. But there's another person this applies to, one who did this from the start, Sumi. Sumi is incredibly beloved because she's so innocent and pure, but that in many ways disguises a sad truth about her. Sumi is a paradox. Deep down, she wants everything, food, love, and a voice. Her shyness stops her from truly getting it, but it also acts as an escape mechanism. The shy, cute girlfriend that readers are attracted to is the very thing that she uses to let herself not do what she truly wants. We admire what she wishes to change. There is, of course, more to Sumi that makes her appealing, but this is interesting because she cannot accept herself. Remember what was the whole reason why she does rental? She wants to change herself. Yet Sumi has been doing it for many years now, and in many ways, she both has and has not changed. She's still quiet and uses her phone to talk, yet she takes more initiative now than before. Or does she? Sumi already took initiative to do rental, but is initiative enough? Now this chapter is literally asking the question, is initiative enough? Or do you actually have to fucking think about what you're doing? Initiative is nice and all, right? So the initial idea is like, okay, Kazuya needs to start taking more initiative. He needs to like step up and do something. Now this chapter challenges that idea. Sumi has been taking initiative for quite some time, and yet she still in many ways has not truly changed. She merely looks like she changed. This raises the question, is initiative enough, or do you actually have to think about what you're doing? You gotta think it through. You gotta plan ahead. You actually gotta make a real fucking effort. So let me see here. We were watching this yesterday from Dr. K. I'm going to pull it up again. Okay. This is again quite relevant.
How do we move from being a stupid, intelligent person to a smart, intelligent person?
So he explained in a prior video that a stupid, intelligent person... Okay, well, let's just play it.
What's the difference between someone who's a stupid, intelligent person and a smart, intelligent person? We think that intelligence is the primary problem-solving faculty that we have. But one of the mistakes you're probably making is that you are using your intelligence too much. So a lot of people, when they're facing social situations,
it is literally
perform a lot of calculations. There are a lot of people who struggle with social situations. Is that you are using your intelligence too much. So a lot of people, when they're facing social situations, they'll perform a lot of calculations. There are a lot of people who struggle with social situations because they're running a bazillion calculations to try to figure out what to say or what to do or whatever. Intelligence from an evolutionary standpoint.
Isn't that Kazuya? Except Minnie isn't smart. Minnie is smart. Minnie is unfortunately very smart. She's intelligent. Minnie's intelligent. She's not smart. There we go. Minnie's intelligent. She's not smart.
evolved for certain things. So especially when it comes to things like social situations, we have empathic circuits. We integrate a lot of information about body language, tone, facial expressions. Intelligence is not designed to be the tool for social interactions. It's kind of like trying to milk a cow with a hammer. Intelligence is designed when we encounter a new problem. We have to be able to pull in a lot of information and come up with a novel solution.
Wait, what just happened? No. Okay.
The gathering.
So, next one.
How do we move from being a stupid, intelligent person to a smart, intelligent person?
Okay,
some people sort of do it naturally, which is how they become smart, intelligent people. But if you don't do it naturally, you can absolutely learn it. So the smarter you are, the more quickly you will arrive at a judgment, right? Because you can make all of these natural calculations. They happen pretty quick. And
intelligent and smart is not the same. Here, let's just pull up the definitions. It's probably for the best. So we don't just make assumptions. Intelligent. Having or showing intelligence, especially of a high level. Be able to vary to a state of action in response to varying situations. Incorporating microprocessors and blah, blah. Okay, so let's just go with the first one. Having or showing intelligence, especially at a high level. What is smart? Smart, having or showing a quick-witted intelligence. Okay, so... So, smart is having quick-witted intelligence, right? Whereas intelligence is having or showing intelligence of a high level. So, in a sense, could you not say you being intelligent does not mean you're smart? Because being smart is knowing how to use your intelligence. Intelligence just means you know things. Having or showing intelligence of a high level. Okay? You can be intelligent and not smart. Smart is knowing how to use your intelligence. So, for instance, someone can be incredibly intelligent and know a lot of things, case in point me, but not being smart in how to use it. I wouldn't say I'm very smart in how I'm using the things that I'm using. In that sense, you could say I'm not a smart, intelligent person. I am a stupid, intelligent person. That's the argument I would make for myself. I'm a stupid, intelligent person. Because I would argue I don't use my intelligence effectively. Therefore, I think, this is my read on it, smart is a function, intelligence is the input. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. Yeah, so smart is how you use your intelligence. Right? But intelligence is just having knowledge. You're intelligent, you're smart, you know things. Or sorry, fuck. You're smart, you know things. I literally contradicted myself. Because I'm so used to saying smart with intelligent. I'm so used to saying smart with intelligent. Right? You just dig your own grave. I know. See what I mean? I'm a stupid, smart person. See? I just contradicted myself again. Knowing things means being knowledgeable. Yes, you can know things, but not know how to use your knowledge. I think that's literally what he's trying to say. He's essentially rephrasing the word smart. Basically, the video that we're watching is essentially saying he's reframing the word smart. What is even smart? You can be intelligent, but not know how to use your intelligence. That's literally what he's doing. He's just reframing the word smart. Because smart and intelligent seem like the same thing, and technically they are. Because you have a lot of knowledge, but let's say you don't know how to use the knowledge. Putting smart over that is effective, especially when smart literally translates to having or showing a quick-witted intelligence. But then when you read the descriptions where it's like similar are sharp, quick, or quick-witted. But those are similar, not the same. Right? Having or showing intelligence, especially at a high level. I don't want the AI overview. Fuck off. Here, let's go to Merriam Webmaster. Having or indicating a high satisfactory degree of intelligence and mental capacity. What is intelligence? Intelligence is the ability to learn or understand things or to deal with new or difficult situations. Okay? So that's what intelligence is. Let's look up smart. Same website. What is smart? Having or showing a high degree of mental ability, intelligent or bright. Right? So it's technically the same thing. I think intelligence is your ability to learn, and smart is what you've learned. That could be a way to look at it. Yeah, having or showing a high degree of mental ability, whereas the other one is whereas intelligence. So okay, let's open these. Okay. Being smart is having or showing a high degree of mental ability. Being intelligent is indicating or is having or indicating a high or satisfactory degree of intelligence and mental capacity, revealing you're reflecting good judgment of sound thought. Yeah. Anyways, we get the point. We get the point. In my books, intelligent doesn't mean knowing many things. Someone can be intelligent and still be ignorant. I mean, yeah, that's literally the whole point of like Kingdom Hearts 1. Is like the main dude is literally a scientist and actually like knows more about the world than Sora does, and yet he's a fucking idiot and gets himself killed. So like, a scientist can know a lot of things but still be dumb. Anyways.
Oftentimes, right, because you can make all of these natural calculations, they happen pretty quick. And so oftentimes what we don't do, even when we know the answer, we don't go looking for information. So be a little bit hesitant to make judgments after you go through a process. The second thing, when you have a particular idea, to try to engage with contrary opinions. This is something that we see very little of on the internet, where you have a lot of intelligent people who become parts of echo chambers and they stop engaging with contrary opinions. So,
did you notice that? Sumi never once contradicts him in the chapter. Did you notice that? She never once contradicts him in the chapter. She merely starts doing the same thing he was doing with a fucking book. She jumps into the same exact toy case.
If we're intelligent, we actually want to bring in contrary opinions for our intelligence to factor into the calculation. We don't have to believe them, but we really want to collect that data. The third thing, and this is so counterintuitive because we all think we do it, and that is thinking before you make a decision. A lot of people go through life with like this automatic...
Did Sumi think before she made a decision? She did it twice, by the way. Did Sumi think before she made a decision? Nope, she immediately got up and did it. Both times. Kazuya tells her, oh, I don't know if I should say this. She never asks why, so let's go to the chapter real quick. When Kazuya says, oh, these lines are cheesy, or this, or that, like here, let's pull it up. Kazuya says to Sumi, it's just, the more I think about it, I really don't know if I can say these lines right when it comes to time. Okay, she turns to him and immediately says, okay, say the lines to me. She never processes, okay, I like him. How am I going to react to him saying these things? Will this actually help him? Him saying these lines, will that actually help him? Will that mean anything? Will that do anything? Nope, just say the lines. You got this. You can say the lines. It's just cheering him on without ever figuring out what the issue is. So, like, if I were in her position, I would be like, why do you think that? And if you ask that question, you'll hit the actual issue. Even, I guess, even confessions of love are easy for good-looking guys. That's the actual issue. Kazuya doesn't need all these confessions. What he needs is to realize that he doesn't need to be a hot guy to say how he feels. He can just say how he feels. He thinks he has to be a hot guy to do it. So, the solution Sumi gave him is completely counterintuitive to his actual problem. His actual problem is not to get all these confessions to say, because he can say them, as we saw earlier, he can in fact say these confessions. That's not the issue. The issue is this, his belief that he's not attractive, as he literally looks attractive. Like, he literally looks attractive here. He at least looks a decent good looking. But no, Sumi doesn't ask this, immediately acts. It shows how Minnie and Sumi are quite similar in that regard. They immediately act. And that has been Sumi's entire issue, is that she's been doing rental girlfriend stuff this entire fucking time when she wants to be an idol. Why is she still doing rental girlfriend stuff? Have we seen Sumi work on her idol career at all? Even a little bit? Does she want to be an idol? Okay, in that same sense, she thinks she loves Kazuya, and yet she doesn't put in an effort to actually get to know him, to actually, like, know what he's feeling and what he's thinking outside of his feelings for Chizuru. That never happens. This raises the question, is Sumi actually intelligent? Or smart intelligent? Does Sumi actually know how to utilize her intelligence? Or is she a stupid, intelligent person, exactly like Minnie?
Intelligent before you make a decision. A lot of people go through life with like this automatic intelligence. That's what predisposes you to make mistakes, because that's not always going to be right. And then we see this weird synergistic effect, because if you make a snap judgment, if you don't collect information, and then you have a very, very robust intellectual capability, you will argue yourself into being correct even when you're wrong. So you need to pause and really think about making decisions.
All right, this is where I got that quote.
There are no coins.
This person did this like really long video about the Kingdom Hearts series. It's kind of like an ADHD watch. I would recommend it, but it's kind of like an ADHD watch. He's just kind of spitballing everything that's happening in the series, and it's kind of goofy and funny and interesting. You should give it a watch. It's a pretty interesting video. But yeah, wouldn't you say Sumi is just like Minnie? Despite appearing and so different. Despite Sumi appearing so different, she's actually just like Minnie. And that's why they're paired together in the ending song for Season 4. That's literally why they're paired together. That's why they're paired together in the opening, too. They're literally a match made in heaven. Because they're literally kind of similar. If she wants to be idle, has she considered horse racing? I'm not catching the joke here. They are yin and yang, two sides of the same coin. Pretty much. Pretty much. Right? Look at Sumi's determination. She's so determined. And yet even determination can be for naught. Even if you put in true effort, it can be meaningless if you don't know what you're doing. If you're not actually thinking it through. Even effort can be meaningless. That's literally what this chapter is saying. Even effort can be meaningless. Because if you are not in the same wavelengths and you don't understand, right? So the chapter is literally about dissonance, and that dissonance directly connects to effort. Because if you are not inherently connected with what you're trying to do and you're not putting in like the time to understand what you're trying to do, you can be as determined as you want, you won't understand something. That matches the cover perfectly, because the cover is literally two things out of sync. There's Chizuru looking back at us, and then there's us looking at Chizuru. We want something different from Chizuru. Chizuru is not even here in this chapter. Chizuru's not even present. Everything Kazuya is saying is for Chizuru, and she's not here to hear it. Think horse girls. Do you mean Ume Musume? What about Ume Musume? So, Johan, this chapter felt kind of pointless. Welcome to the club. That's kind of the idea. This chapter is about dissonance. So I was explaining it a little bit to everyone else. This chapter is about dissonance. It's literally about characters being completely out of sync with their effort, and the effort kind of ending up being meaningless. What the chapter is essentially talking about is that Sumi goes to the library. You think you just being in the library will help you learn something and make real change. In reality, even the library can become a place where it ends up being meaningless and you don't understand what the fuck you're doing. Because if you don't actually read a book, there's no fucking point. And you cannot speed run a tactic. You cannot speed run love. That's essentially what Sumi is trying to do with the books. So the chapter intentionally creates this element of just like, okay, Is this what is the actual conflict? The chapter essentially presents you the real conflict, which is Kazuya's feelings right here, and then shows you how Kazuya and Sumi are completely out of sync, and how Minnie and Sumi are very similar characters in that regard, because Sumi is super determined, she's putting in all this effort, and that effort is completely meaningless because she's completely out of sync with the intent. Just as Kazuya is saying these confessions and these feelings, they're not even his. Nothing about this chapter is personal. The library isn't some personal place for Sumi. The books Kazuya and Sumi read are not personal to them. There is nothing really super here except their own beliefs and what they themselves are feeling and going through. That's the only real thing. It's flipping Rental on its head and is showing the characters fundamentally misunderstanding what got them to where they are, but also how they're not changing, that they're stagnating. This is essentially being challenged in this chapter because nothing technically happened. And yet, because nothing happened, there is so much deeper underneath it. There is so much more underneath all of that, specifically because nothing technically happened. The nothingness, the pointlessness of it all is the point. In realizing there's so much not happening, you realize how much is actually happening because nothing is happening. It's kind of a crazy chapter, honestly. There's so many fucking layers to it, it's kind of baffling. And it's reflected in like every facet of the chapter. It's not simply like, you know, I always say, oh, it's this for a reason. You know, I always say that's by design, or that's the point. You guys hear me say that quite often. That it's by design, that's the point. You'll hear me say that quite often. However, what I'm trying to point out about this chapter is not that it's simply by design or it's on point. Something did happen here. Something very real did happen here. This chapter is not pointless. But it leverages the idea of how things can become pointless or when we don't reflect on them. And because you feel something is pointless, it forces you to reflect, right? Because you feel like nothing happened, it's going to force the characters to reflect. Sumi has to kind of reflect on this now a little bit because she put herself in this position where she didn't think it through. So she kind of has to reflect a little bit because she got something here, and that's going to trigger something out of Sumi. Because the next chapter is more than that person. So you could say something like, I love you more than that person loves you. I'm more serious about you. There is a comparison being struck and something being more than another person's. So now, because they're placed in this position where you hear Kazuya say so much, you have to think about, okay, what is the point of all of this in comparison to everything else, right? The small versus the large, right? You have so much happening, it is so large that the next chapter is going to compare that to the small. The small being, Sumi barely says anything while Kazuya speaks all of these words. This contrast, this dissonance is central, as a direct mirror to Chizuru being in the opening where she turns to look at us, but she's not even in this chapter. She feels far away, even though she's seemingly in the same place. She's in the same place as Kazuya and as Minnie here, but she's from the opposite end. It's literally the same exact spot, just from the other side. So she feels so far away despite being in the same place. And that's pretty much the idea, is that the lack of presence, the lack of the dissonance. Chizuru, look the other way, girl. Well, she's not literally actually here. It's more of a symbolic thing. Kazuya reading those quotes feels like he's reading a script. Exactly, because he is. Kazuya wants to find the right script, the right message, the right mask, the right clothes, the right look. And that's never gonna work. Because you race and be idols? Oh, ha 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 ha. Your race and your idols. Okay. Haha. You're so funny. So funny English. So funny English. Your English is so funny. Haha. Ha ha. Get it, you idol? You stand idly by. You are an idol. You and your puns. You make me hate puns sometimes. You low-key make me hate puns sometimes. Okay, you guys wanted me to read what people said. Oh, there's only one. Reload. R for reload. Sumi. These cheesy quotes gave Sumi a nosebleed. This should tell Kazuya that it won't be a matter of how cheesy or lame his confession is. It's going to absolutely work. Ha ha! You fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. No, it's not about how it's going to absolutely work. It's showing that the confession is pointless. It is about the person who hears it. It is about who you're saying it to. And Kazuya doesn't need to confess because he's already confessed a billion fucking times. Your pure hardness does an individual. Poor Sumi couldn't handle the pseudo riz. I like how she's helping him using movie confessions, but I hope this only helps him use his own hands. Unless his goal is to also make Chizuru laugh. Sumi's heart was racing so fast that she caught a nosebleed. I know Kazuya is saying all these cheesy lines here, but I believe in my heart that the day comes he'll get caught up with the emotions of Chizuru and start speaking from the heart. Nope. Sumi-chan being kind girl is to read love quotes in the library and blush profusely when the cheesy lines are said to her is so adorable. Sumi is so cute. The purity and innocence of Sumi's character is quite literally being leveraged here to essentially trick you. Sumi's purity and innocence is literally tricking you because when you look at Minnie, she's the kind of the antithesis of purity and innocence. She's kind of Minnie doesn't seem like she's pure and innocent, whereas Sumi is pure and innocent. But Sumi's pureness is literally like being leveraged here. Like, is Sumi really so pure because of her actions don't align with that sense of purity? You know? And that same way, Kazuya also got a nosebleed and he wasn't so pure when he was getting his nosebleed. Let's see. Kazuya is facing towards where Chizuru is, but he can't see her. Chizuru is facing us, the readers, because she turned to Minnie for help. Oh yeah, she is facing Minnie, even though the writing says it's Kazuya. Yeah, Kazuya's body is technically facing where Chizuru is, whereas Chizuru is facing away from where that is. So Kazuya is like over there. Chizuru is like over here. And she's looking the opposite way. They're literally out of sync. Kazuya is not even looking at Chizuru. He's looking at Sumi while saying this. Heck, he's not even technically looking at Sumi. I love how he towers over her. Did you notice that? I love how he towers over her when he quotes the Titanic. Winning that ticket was the best thing that ever happened to me because it brought me to you. I just realized he's quoting Titanic. It's a water movie. Remember when Sumi took him to the fucking aquarium and tried to confess to him? I didn't even clock that. And it's literally framed like a confession. It's framed like he's really confessing to her. Right? Look at the dynamic paneling. Look at how it looks like he's actually confessing to Sumi. Like she should react right after this, and she literally does. Right? She literally has the reaction of someone being confessed to. But it's a fucking lie. Bro, I didn't even clock it. Right? Doesn't it look like here the bubbles should be like, this is how much you mean to me. This is you're my world. You're all of these things. Like, doesn't it look at the wind, look at the sway, look at the presentation. Doesn't it literally look like a movie? It's literally movie framing. I didn't even clock it. It's movie framing. Bro, he's so good. It's literally movie framing. I didn't even clock it. This dude crazy. He's using movie framing, but the bubbles literally don't match what should be said. right? The framing is all love and beautiful and amazing, yet the words literally do not match what is being said. There's a dissonance here. And then the paneling seemingly stops. Right? The paneling someone stops here. But Sumi's reactions continue. The paneling changes, but Sumi's reactions continue. It's funny how it almost feels like Kazuya has not seen these movies. It feels like Kazuya has not seen these movies and does not know like the meaning behind the real meaning behind these words. He's just saying words. He doesn't know the meaning behind these words. In a sense, you could even get something from a movie, but if you don't know the intent of how you should be saying these words, does it really matter? You're just saying words. So even if you use the cheesy line from a movie, that's fine. If you have the intent behind it, if you really believe these words. Does Kazuya believe these words? No, he says they're cheesy. He thinks these words are cheesy. He doesn't even know the meaning behind them. Bro, if I quoted a movie from like something I really loved and I really wanted to express like the emotion that was felt from that scene, like I would put my fucking back behind it. You know, I would fucking like be like I would commit to the cheese. Kazuya is just like, no, this shit's cheesy. It's not a pointless chapter, but the pacing should be a little faster. No, I think the pacing works, in my opinion. I think the pacing works. It's meant to be kind of a slow crawl. It's literally intentionally designed to be a slow crawl because that slow crawl contrasts it parallels, but also contrasts the progress that you think you're making and you're not. Right? You think you're really putting in the effort, you're putting in the hard work, so naturally the slow crawl feels like that. In reality, because it's so slow, it doesn't actually... I'm not explaining it well. I had the right thought in my head, but I'm not explaining it well. This is what I mean where AI doesn't work. It cannot conceptualize these ideas very well. You got to think about it. So no, for me, the slow pacing does work. I'm just trying to like say how I want to say it correctly. I'm like stuttering over my words. The slow pacing works because it creates tension towards the faster pacing in the later portion. We're definitely going to get faster pacing later. The slow pacing also specifically works considering what they're trying to do, which is study and learn. Studying and learning is slow. It's methodical. It's something that you have to really take your time with. But they're not doing that, so that's where the dissonance literally occurs. It's slow and methodical, giving you the impression that they're taking their time and they're thinking it through. They're not. This is that dissonance that's present here, where it's like the pacing of the chapter is essentially what they should be doing, but they're not. So the chapter literally feels slow because they're not actually learning. It's literally a character thing. They're literally doing it to the chapter. It feels slow because of the characters. They're literally doing it to themselves. The characters make it feel pointless. It's not pointless. The characters are making it feel pointless because they're not actually using their time effectively. And time in of itself is flowing weirdly because you'll see an hour passed, right? They already burned through an hour, and what did we get out of it? Sumi nose bleeding. And Kazuya is saying a bunch of cheesy lines he doesn't even understand. Has he seen any of these movies? Has Kazuya seen any of these movies? Does he say he saw any of these movies? Think about that for a second. Has he seen Titanic? Has he watched a play of Romeo and Juliet? Has he seen Runaway Bride, Forrest Gump, Notebook, When Harry Met Sally? I've seen like some of these. I don't remember. Some I've probably seen and totally forgot. Like I feel like I've seen Hitch. I don't remember it. Pride and Prejudice. I've seen it, I think, but I don't remember liking it. And Rachel hates it too. La La Land, I vividly recall. I really like La La Land. La La Land is a great fucking movie. It was my movie of the year when it came out. So, like, stuff like that, where it's like, the chapter intentionally leverages this idea of pacing, in my opinion. I think it's meant to feel slow. You're in a fucking library, dude. You're on a rental date and you're in a fucking library. Of course it's going to be slow. This is the antithesis of what you think dating is. If anything, it's like the chapter wants you to go slow. It literally feels like the chapter wants you to go slow. It wants you to take the time and think, but they're not. So the slowness that you're presented feels pointless because of the characters. In reality, if they had actually taken their time and actually thought about things, the slowness would have worked effectively. I loved La La Land. Yeah, La La Land was a really good movie. And it's so fitting that Kazuya says the line from La La Land to Sumi, "I'm always gonna love you." The same line that Emma Watson says to what's his name? My boy. I love him. He's a great actor. I love him. Oh my god, what's his name? No! He's my boy. I love him. And I can't remember his name. I'm a hypocrite. La La Land. It's the guy. It's the Ryan Gosling. Oh yeah, there we go. I remember it. Ryan Gosling is the guy. Is the dude. It's the dude. He has a new movie out right now. It's called Hail Mary. I want to go see it at some point. Ryan Gosling. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Friend said it on Twitch too. Emma Watson literally says the line, I'm always gonna love you, right as they break up. Right as her and Ryan Gosling break up. She literally says that line right as they break up. How fitting, because Sumi is literally about to like she needs to deal with the rejection. Is it Emma Stone? Oh, I said Emma Watson. You're right. It's Emma Stone. I said Emma Watson. Emma Watson she's the Harry Potter girl, right? Yeah, it's Emma Stone. You're right. Emma Watson is Harry Potter girl. Yeah, I was right. I don't like her as much. Emma Stone is an amazing actress. Emma Watson's okay. Yeah. Emma Stone is a very good actress. I loved like almost all of her roles, to be honest. I think one of her memorable roles to me is from Amazing Spider-Man, where she plays Gwen Stacy. Holy shit, her chemistry with fucking what's his name? Andrew Garfield. There we go. Had to like list out the Spider-Mans in my head. I need to eat something. I'm really tired. I need to eat something. I haven't eaten anything. It's 10:37 a.m. I've been streaming for 2 hours. I should go eat something. Yeah. So no. I think these movies are all just like it's making movies feel pointless. It's making the library feel pointless. It feels pointless because they're not using their time effectively. The slow pacing is literally the point because they should be using this slow pacing to learn something. Instead, they're wasting their time naturally making the chapter feel pointless. Thus, you're literally devaluing the things that you should really care about, such as movies, films, and the library. Instead, you're using AI to get a concept of these things, right? He literally says, I've quietly got at least 70 or so lines from movies and dramas. He used all these things. I can't just use them as they are, but it should help get me started, and maybe I can even make up my own confession. He's in shadows, he doesn't get it. Because if he had watched any of these movies, he would have probably come up with something with just one movie. If he had just seen one of them, he could have maybe come up with something. Instead, he got 70 or more just to come up with the concept of a confession. It's not even really his. It's literally just like AI. He thinks this should help me get started. It's not helping him get started. He's literally in shadow. He doesn't get it. Sumi, in contrast, just wants to help. That's all Sumi sees. She just wants to help. She's blind not because she's in shadows. She's literally just sees what's in front of her and reacts to it. She's blind in that she doesn't see the shadows. That's where Sumi's blindness occurs. She herself is in shadows. She doesn't see the shadows. All she sees is the light. That is Sumi's problem. Anyways, I'm gonna go eat something really quick. I need to eat breakfast. I need to take a small break. Once I eat and come back, just give me like 20 minutes. We'll continue as usual. Sorry about that. It's catching up. It's catching up. I'm feeling a little tired. And I need a small break. So I'll be back shortly. We'll leave it for Minnie here. Oddly fitting, because, Minnie's birthday. I'm back. Sorry for the wait. I needed those 30 minutes. So a few people sent me some stuff while we were away. I gotta check them. I saw like some people even emailed me. let me pull up the emails. I'll put them like in the background. Thanks. It's so funny that I have some fans who email me. I don't mind it. It's just funny. There's so let's see. Largo says this. So Largo over here wrote about he says doll and puppet. Kanokari 420. Ah, shoot. No, we gotta zoom in on this so I can see it. Sorry, I ate some beans, so I got that gas in me. Chizuru's New Year fortune was, love, look around you. Kazuya isn't looking around. Oh yeah, so Chizuru got a fortune in like chapter 20 something, and her fortune literally read, look around you for love. Kazuya is literally not looking around him. That's true. That's a good catch. He's literally not looking to his surroundings. Once again, we see two girls with their backs to us. Page 2. Okay. Yeah, those two girls over here. What about them? One of them looks a bit like Chizuru, and the other a bit like Yoko. Yeah, I kind of see the Chizuru-like haircut. If it really were Chizuru, Kazuya wouldn't even notice her because he's so preoccupied with his thoughts. When Kazuya was on a date at TCD, the Tokyo Dome, they were hiding from Sumi. Now it may be the other way around. As Kazuya practices his lines on the stairs, we see the two girls again. Wait, seriously? No shot. Where? We see two girls. It's not the same girls. There's these two girls. They're not the same. I don't see the same girls. I don't see the same girls. We do see two other girls, but they're high schoolers. At least they look like high schoolers. She's barely visible. She's barely visible. Okay. It would be funny if Chizuru were actually in the same library, looking for something to inspire her to confess her feelings. In the end, during the date at Joypolis, they both prepared a list of questions and topics to discuss. They've always been the same, except Chizuru's topics and questions were trying to, like, Chizuru's topics and questions dug deep. Kazuya's topics and questions were surface level. That was a very intentional thing. So literally, Chizuru's questions, Kazuya literally says they almost feel like marriage questions. Like, that's literally the whole idea. Kazuya literally says it, like, her questions literally feel like marriage questions. And we can go to those really quick. That is interesting. That's a good connection. Don't get me wrong. That's a good connection. So let's pull up those questions. We see them in chapter 363, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we see them in chapter 363. So let's pull that up. Chizuru's questions are things I want to ask, or blah, blah, blah. What do you do? How do you spend your time with the opposite sex? How many kids do you want? Talk about work, splitting expenses. Literally, her stuff is like actually tangible and digs deeper into our relationship. Whereas Kazuya's questions, we see those as well. Where are they? Anything interesting lately? How do you spend your free time? Do you prefer the mountains or the ocean? Hometown stories. Do you prefer indoors or outdoors? Places you want to go at least once in your life. Past work-related blunders. Favorite YouTube channel. Talk about Disney, dogs, or cat. Very like superficial stuff. Like these are like the kind of conversations you have with someone you haven't actually gotten to know at all. You already know Chizuru. You're way past this point. So like these questions don't really dig very deep. Literally kind of like the films that Kazuya quotes here. So let's continue with what he's saying. Number 2, Mr. Fish is showing up a lot again. It's only the 3rd chapter of the date, and he's already shown up 6 times. Mr. Fish appears in key scenes as if Reiji were guiding the readers by the hand. Mr. Fish is Reiji. This is my interpretation of the text. People say Minnie is Reiji's voice. Minnie is basically what Minnie. So I kind of want to expand on Minnie a little bit. I talked to Reiji ever so briefly, like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, and I was talking about Minnie, and he said something really interesting. I'm gonna pull up what I wrote in response to what he said. So he pretty much said Minnie is literally a reader. So he's writing her like an otaku who reads manga and anime. He's not specifically just writing her to be like she is the voice of the readers. She is literally the voice of the readers in the sense that she is a reader. She literally reads and plays and does all these things that readers do. Reiji is just like, how do these people react to these kinds of things? He's not specifically just outright criticizing the readers. It's a commentary. She's literally an echo of readers. Let me see if I can pull it up really quick. So like he pretty much, fuck it. I'm just going to pull up what I said. I can find it. And if Twitter will load. Reiji Miyajima. Is it Miyajima? Whatever. Fucking, I'm being stupid. Subs. Okay. Is it this one? Let me see. I don't know if it's this one or a previous one. Oh, geez, so good. Dude, why is this thing so slow? Everything's abysmally fucking slow. It's actually kind of irritating. Is everything really slow? Okay. I think it's just that tab. Hopefully it's just that tab. I'll check on him in a bit. Okay. Seems to be working a little faster, so that's good. Come on. I believe in you. Reiji. Yeah, I think it was just the tabs, or that specific window. Okay. Is it this one? No, not this. This one? So, okay, this is what I wrote in response to what he said. So it's less that Minnie represents all the readers, but rather that she literally reads manga and thus says what someone who would read manga would say. She plays gacha and reads manga like an otaku. That's literally what Minnie is. She's not literally representative of the readers because Reiji said, I can't know what the readers are thinking. However, I can look at it from the perspective of the readers and how the readers would say certain things. So that's kind of more so like the in-depth analysis of what mini is. And in that same way, you could... Wait, so why do we even talk about mini in the first place? Oh, we talked about mini because we were saying something earlier. Okay, so let's pull that up. Let's continue with reading that, and then I'll remember what I said in regards to mini. Okay. Mr. Fish is showing up a lot. So yeah, we're saying Mr. Minnie is not representative of Reiji's words. She's representative of what Reiji perceives as the readers, based on someone who would read manga. Whereas Mr. Fish is actually Reiji's voice, in my opinion. I think Mr. Fish is actually Reiji's voice. Let's see. Mr. Fish appears in key scenes as if Reiji was guiding the readers by the hand. In chapter 420, he appears alongside the animated dolls and next to Chizuru on the balcony. What? What? Oh, right here. He appears here. You just say it word for word. He's literally asking Kazuya right here. So you're just gonna say the line word for word. You're not gonna change anything about it. Huh. Interesting. Okay, good catch. Scenes where Kazuya imagines himself as Romeo and Chizuru as Juliet takes place on the balcony. Again, he never considers these are fucking tragedies. Except... Yeah, this is from Romeo and Juliet, you're right. Chizuru is standing on the balcony. It's a reference to their meeting on the balcony at near Royal Hills. Oh, good one. Good one, but Kazuya isn't on a balcony, which is weird, because he should be on a balcony too. It has always been their little sanctuary, which many had disrupted, just as many disrupted their living situation. The balcony is significant because it was there that Kazuya fell on top of Chizuru, which connects to the scene in the shed, in which case Kazuya also got a nosebleed. Oh shit, I forgot about that. Kazuya also got a nosebleed in the shed, and he got a nosebleed with Sumi. Oh. Nosebleeds are directly connected to desire. So Sumi getting a nosebleed is literally her getting what she desires. And you're just not processing that. You just think she's so pure of heart that this is shocking to you. That's not what's happening here. Sumi's getting what she wants, which is Kazuya confessing to her over and over and over again. This isn't just her being a pure beauty patootie. I said pewty, which is really fitting because pure beauty patootie. No. This is Sumi getting what she wants. Ooh. Number 3, doesn't the way Sumi write down those romantic quotes remind you of how Chizuru always has her notebook full of bookmarks? Huh. Interesting. And her notebook has hearts in it and stuff. Interesting. And Sumi does write a lot, but it seemingly doesn't actually, like, amount to much with Sumi. Whereas with it's like Sumi is just emulating, whereas Chizuru is actually doing the thing. Yeah, so Sumi and Chizuru, there's a direct parallel between them. So Sumi imitates Chizuru, and on the cover of Volume 45, Chizuru imitates Sumi by wearing a pink t-shirt. But Chizuru regularly wears pink. It's not like she has hoodies that are pink, so that's not, I wouldn't say she's imitating Sumi. If anything, that there's a lot of personality with Chizuru. She's not imitating Sumi. Sumi's imitating Chizuru. That I can agree with. I don't agree with that Chizuru's imitating Sumi. Let's see. For her date at Joy Polis, Chizuru dressed in blue. No, she wore purple. She didn't wear blue, she wore purple. She had earrings that were blue, but she wore purple. She was trying to emulate Ruka's style. The blue earrings are literally Ruka. Ryu in Ruka's name even means lapis lazuli. No, I don't know about that. I don't know. I wouldn't say Chizuru was emulating Ruka. I would say Chizuru was trying to find the real her and put on clothes that like conveyed aspects of the real her. But these were new clothes for her and she got hurt. I wouldn't say she was emulating Ruka. There's no ribbons. In particular, like there's a scene where Chizuru sees ribbons on clothes when getting new clothes and she fucking hates it. She's just like, these ribbons are tacky. Like she doesn't like them. Let me see if I can find it. Right here. It's this one. The date and the boyfriend. Oh my god, Minnie's the one on a date with Kazuya. Just as Minnie is dealing with her love for Kazuya. Minnie's dating Kazuya. Sumi is dealing with her love for Kazuya. Okay. Okay, so Chizuru right here puts on these clothes. This is like the girly outfit of girly outfits, but it might be good. It's a skirt with shorts. It'd mesh well with the sneakers too. But the ribbons on the sleeves is a bit too cutesy. This outfit ends up being kind of the foundation for Chizuru's outfit, but it doesn't look like this in the end, right? This ends up being the foundation, but she literally takes off the ribbons. The thing that is like literally the Ruka thing, she takes it off. She doesn't like the ribbons. And then when we go to her actual outfit, right? There's not a single ribbon to be found. A piano patterned umbrella bringing rhythm even to the brain. A touch of freshness to the rain season with a light frilly knit top. Cute and multi-purpose shoulder bag that is a must for rainy days. Thick black shorts with a sporty vibe. Gloomy weather calls for glamorous style. White zip-toe boots with a girly charm. This outfit does not scream Ruka in any way, shape, or form. Ruka has never looked like this. Ruka has literally never looked like this. The point of this was, to me, in my opinion, she was emulating parts of Mizuhara and emulating parts of Ichinose. She was trying to kind of find the middle ground between herself. Basically, that's how I interpreted it. She was trying to find this middle ground between herself. But this does not look like Ruka at all. It gives you the illusion it's like Ruka. Just as Kazuya gives you the illusion he's like Umi. But they're not really the same. There's a lot of illusions at play here. Chizuru appears like Mami. There's a direct parallel between her and Mami. She's not Mami. She's not Ruka. Kazuya is not Umi. These are not the same characters. Okay? But Kazuya is trying to be like Umi. Chizuru is not Ruka, but she has like this element of trying to be like Ruka because she thinks Ruka is what she needs to be. However, the clothes don't necessarily reflect that. Umi does not dress like Kazuya dresses, nor does Chizuru dress like Ruka dresses. Literally, the clothes betray the reality of the situation. Let's see. So, no, I don't know if... I would have to check the earrings, but I don't recall... like, the earrings were not called lapis lazuli. Lapis lazuli is like a blue stone. Yes, that's what it is, but I don't know if that's what Chizuru had. That didn't feel like that's what Chizuru had. Let's see what Kazuya calls them. They are azure. They look azure, but turquoise. They're turquoise earrings. I'm going to pull up, what is it, chapter 353, and then ask, how does Kazuya call... Okay. Open sesame. Okay. Let me ask Crumpy really quick. I had to go through the slow tab. Now, Ruka is mentioned right after this, so there is a connection, absolutely. But it's not literally the same. Like, there is a connection, absolutely. But it's not literally the same, because everybody is trying to emulate everybody else. That's kind of the whole idea. Everybody is trying to emulate everybody else instead of being themselves. They've literally lost their identity. So there is a connection. He is in part correct about that. Let's see. Girls try to copy each other when they see that Kazuya likes something another girl has or represents. But Kazuya, that's not why Chizuru is copying. That's not why Chizuru was trying to copy Ruka. It's not that Kazuya likes that. She's trying to copy that because she thinks Ruka is more in love. She's trying to emulate Ruka because she thought Ruka was in love. She wasn't trying to do it so Kazuya would like it. She emulated aspects of Ruka, yes, in particular the blue motif, because she in some ways is jealous of Ruka and kind of wants to be Ruka. It's less about Kazuya and more herself. Whereas Kazuya is less about, I guess it's many ways it's about himself too, yeah. Especially with Umi, right? So it's less about Chizuru and more himself, and it's kind of similar to Chizuru. It's less about Kazuya and more about herself. So it's not specifically because Kazuya likes it. Number 4, there were very small number. There is a very small number 384 on page 7. Hisajai. Okay, one sec, be right back. sleepy I am. Okay, good to go. Let's do this. Whew. There's a small number 4 on page 7. Okay, number 384. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Am I on the wrong page? The first panel right in the middle of the very bottom. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Here. Right there. Dude, that's barely visible. That's barely visible. Come on. That's barely visible. Like, no shot. No shot. That's like barely visible. Let's see what he has to say. Chapter 384 was first day after Jeropolis Day. Blah, 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 blah. Chapter 384, Cedric gave Kazi a fish-shaped... Cedric gave Kazi a fish-shaped keychain as a parting gift. I think Sumi will give Kazi something at the end of the date. Perhaps a goodbye kiss. It's connected, yes. I don't know if this 384 over here is intentional. That could be just one of those like fate-like moments. I don't know if it's intentional, but yes, those chapters are connected. I'll give you that, but that seems like a bit like fishing. You know, that's a tiny 384 that you gotta really like fucking scrunch your eyes to see. Like that's a bit too much. Let's see. 5. I also get the impression that Reiji chose each of these quotes on purpose. I haven't seen all of these movies, so this still needs to be analyzed, but I think each of these quotes may refer to one of the situations between Kazi and Chizuru. For example, the quote from Titanic could be a reference to Chizuru being rescued after falling off the ferry. Okay. Kazuya mentions the boat tickets. Kibe gave them the 2 ferry tickets. The quote from The Runaway Bride refers to how Chizuru ran away from him in front of the chapel in Hawaiians. The quote from You've Got a Mail may refer to the conversation online, after which Chizuru fell asleep soundly, and so on. Some may secretly refer to future arcs. Okay, I can see that. So Titanic makes sense, but it's also a sinking ship. The Runaway Bride, Romeo and Juliet, which has a tragic ending. This kind of mirrors how Kazi and Chizuru had their breakup at the beach. Okay. Forrest Gump. I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is. Was Gump right about that, or was he not sure? I like you very much just as you are. This is something Chizuru definitely would want to say to him. I can be whatever you want. You just tell me what it is. The Notebook. That's literally Chizuru trying to be that for Kazuya. I love that you are the last person I want to talk to before I go to sleep at night. Chizuru literally did that when they were texting. If anything, these quotes seem relevant to Chizuru herself. Yeah, it almost seems like these quotes are relevant to Chizuru herself. You make me want to be a better man, as good as it gets. Chizuru, you make me want to be a better person. You complete me, Jerry Maguire. Yeah. How about some coffee, drinks, or a movie, for as long as both shall live? You've got mail. There's only one person that makes me feel like I can fly. That's you. Chizuru literally said this. Low key, she literally said I felt like I was in a story, and he was literally carrying her. He literally made her feel like she was in the air, like she was floating. What the fuck? Oh, these are Chizuru's words. He's saying Chizuru's words and he thinks they're cheesy. He's saying Chizuru's words and oh my, that's what this is. Oh, he's literally saying Chizuru's feelings and he thinks it's cheesy. That's so funny. Everything he's saying is literally how Chizuru feels because they're movies. How did I not clock it? You have bewitched my body and soul, and I love you. I love you. I love you. Pride and Prejudice. Oh, without you, today's emotions are but the scurf of yesterday. I'm always gonna love you. These are literally Chizuru's feelings. He's literally saying Chizuru's feelings and he doesn't realize it. How did I not clock it? I heard you, love. It's okay. Oh. 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 That makes so much more sense. Suddenly, this chapter has a whole new meaning. Oh. Suddenly, this chapter has a whole new meaning. And it overwhelms Sumi because she's literally hearing how Chizuru feels. And it fucking wrecks her. She was not ready for the depth of Chizuru's feelings. And Kazuya doesn't realize how deep these emotions go. Oh. Oh. Kazuya literally does not realize what he's saying. He thinks these are just stupid, cheesy quotes that he picked out, not realizing every single one of them is influenced by an experience they shared. Brother. Do you remember in Titanic, in the sinking ship, what does the dude do? What does DiCaprio's character do? He makes sure she stays on top of the float while he freezes and dies. He literally did that for her in the past, and now she's trying to do that for him. She's trying to do her own version. Brother. Wow. Oh, Reiji is setting up some crazy shit. How did I not clock any of this? Shit. Oh my god. And then La La Land is incredibly fitting because La La Land is literally Chizuru saying goodbye. Just like she did in the rejection. But also it sets up for Sumi and how she has to say goodbye. Bro. Try to read chapter 1179 of One Piece and watch the latest episode of One Piece anime, which premiered last week after a long hiatus, and you'll understand the secret reference from the Kanokari chapter. Don't believe Reiji did that on purpose, from what I know. A lot of manga artists in the industry do these things. The timing is crazy. What? Wait, what about One Piece? Wait, what? Wait, what about One Piece? I'm a little confused on that last one. And you'll have to spell it out for me. They have a few more stuff they sent me, but I haven't got a chance. Let's see, Johan. I must admit, Reishi's throwing me off. I thought Sumi was here to finally steer Kazuya towards the right direction, but he may be even... Maybe he may get even more confused. He's gonna go in the right direction in going in the wrong direction. He's literally going to go in the right direction in going in the wrong direction. You have to be wrong to be right. You have to be wrong at some point in order to be right. That's literally how it works, I think. Like you have to make a mistake in order to realize what you need to do. I think that's a lot of the times how life works, where it's like if you don't have a wrong, you don't have a right. So Sumi was looking up these quotes with Chizuru in mind, were so then Kazuya. I think it was unintentional because Kazuya is the one who gathered these notes, right? I've gathered quite a few, at least 70 or so lines from movies and dramas, also by asking Croc AI. I can't use them as they are. Kazuya says he gathered them. So I don't know. I think he picked out like some of the ones Sumi just wrote some ones she liked, and Kazuya picked out ones he thought worked. So Sumi didn't pick these, Kazuya did. Every single one Kazuya reads, he picked them, not Sumi. So the ones he picked reflect his experience with Chizuru. And he doesn't even know it. Each one expresses a different facet of his love, and he doesn't even know it. Each one expresses Chizuru's feelings, and he doesn't even know it. Like literally, this is showing you how deep their love is, despite how shallow it appears. Like, there's literally his history in this. It appears shallow because it doesn't dig deep enough, but if you look to each one of these, they all connect to like specific things, and that's kind of crazy. Okay, so let's go to Reddit. Someone sent me something on Reddit too. Okay. God, I'm really tired. I'm like actually fucking sleepy. Holy shit. My eyes are like closing. Okay. Hey Johan, I was reading chapter 323 and I came across this attached picture. Don't you think it looks a bit like the dress Chizuru is wearing in chapter 399? Yeah, I already said that in the past. I would have found it interesting if she chose to wear this dress, which she could have worn on the day of their date. I'm not sure what that would mean, since if I remember correctly, at that point in the story, Chizuru and Kazuya hadn't yet planned their July 11th date. I think this is meant to be the dress she maybe wanted to wear, but then didn't. But that dress does matter. You're correct. I don't know if they'll see this. Yeah, we can analyze the Chizuru stuff a little later. I do want to kind of think about that whole portion. I think what Chizuru wore for the date was partially for Kazuya, partially because she thought it was cute, and partially because it was for Kazuya. I think she was trying to she was trying to get him to like it. So it was in many ways for him and not for herself. Whereas before, she kind of had something for herself that she did like and she wanted to wear. And I think that's what she's starting to wear now. We'll read a little bit of what people Octal said regarding the chapter. Yeah. So, I don't know how to tell you guys. This is not the first time Sumi has done the Yamcha pose. So someone is like, Sumi did the Yamcha pose. This is not the first time Sumi has done the Yamcha pose. I'm sorry to say. This is not the first time Sumi's done the Yamcha pose. It also reflects how Sumi was like willfully underprepared. Like she was not ready for this. God, if it'll zoom in, there we go. Not the first time Sumi's done the Yamcha pose, and I'll show you proof. This is not the first time Sumi's done the Yamcha pose, which, yes, the whole point was that Yamcha was like willfully underprepared for this. Wouldn't be the first time. Wouldn't be the first time. She's done it before. It would not be the first time. She has done it before. Like, it has, in fact, happened before many times. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Sumi's such a goofball, dude. Some said Ruka would get sick, others said Chizuru would get sick, but it happened here. Probably just a fainted spell, but I wonder if the date with Sumi will last several chapters or if it will end abruptly. Beautiful. I live near where the date is taking place, the place in the picture, and I go there at least once a week. It's honestly been it's actually being drawn distractingly well. It keeps me taking out of the story. It's so accurate. Main reason he fumbles is Chizuru and her inability. Okay, no, we're not gonna get into this. It's not purely Chizuru's fault. He's fumbling. His fumbling is partially a choice. He knows what kind of effort he needs to put in, and he's choosing not to. No. It is partially a choice. You can't just keep blaming all of your problems on other people. There comes a point where you have to make a fucking choice. This chapter killed me. What better way for Kazuya to practice than using cheesy quotes from movies on Sumi? The fact that they worked on her to the point that she got nosebleed should tell Kazuya that it doesn't matter how cheesy it is, blah, blah, blah. Aishi, please just don't make Sumi completely fall in love with Kazuya. This girl's too pure for all this romantic mess that we're seeing here. She's already been in love. Where have you been? She's already been in love with him. Okay. I'm really excited to dig into the comments to see how people will find new ways to misunderstand how a small part of the larger story can be important and move things forward, even when the single chapter doesn't seem to move things very far on its own. I swear, every week it's like we get a fresh crop of people who don't understand how stories work. Anyways, yeah, it's a simple chapter, but something important is happening here. It may seem simple and even shallow. They're collecting quotes from movies and plays. Sumi asks Kazuya to practice saying them to her, but that's a huge step. There's really something Kazuya needs to learn how to verbalize, to get his thoughts and feelings out of his head and actually communicate. We've had 400 plus chapters of Kazuya being too stuck in his head. This is how he escapes that trap. yes, but he's escaping it in a way that's like superficial, which is quite ironic. So much of this chapter is literally around that irony of like solving things in ways we are not solving it, right? You go to the library, a place to learn, and instead you kind of misunderstand how to use the library. That's such a fascinating idea. You know, it's like you're doing the right thing, but you're doing it in such a way that like it's not actually correct, if that makes sense. Like, it's the thing I was explaining before. It's like, yes, you're accessing the library, but you're not actually like learning from it. Take a look. Maybe there's something similar to the accident with the boat driver. I think it was chapter 14 or 15. What? We already talked about this with the Titanic. Let's see. I'm also reminded of the last time Kazuya actually practiced what to say. The Joy Polis prep date practicing with Minnie. I some ways that helped me on the actual day, but in other ways it messed him up. Partially because he was following dumb advice from Minnie, but also because he was overthinking every little thing. Again, stuck in his head when he needs to be present with Chizuru. But there's another side to this coin. As Kazuya is practicing saying all of these quotes, which aren't bad as quotes go, they just aren't his thoughts and feelings. Just hearing Kazuya say this stuff, even as practice, is putting Sumi over the edge. She starts off composed, offering to help, but gets progressively more worked up about it until she's so hot and bothered that she gets a nosebleed and passes out. That's a cute, funny Sumi moment, since we the readers know that she has feelings for Kazi, even if he's oblivious to it, but also shows how much of an impact it has just to hear these things out loud. I feel like that's Kazuya's next step, learning to get his shit out of his head and put it out there for the world to hear. I agree. I think in some sense this chapter is both giving us solutions and problems. And in that way, he's seeing a lot of the solutions, whereas I saw a lot of the issues. I think you can get a lot of solutions from this chapter, but how those solutions can ring very hollow when you don't know why you're even getting them. You know? I think that's so much of what this chapter is, how a lot of these solutions are the right solutions, but ultimately they ring hollow because you're not actually solving the real problem. You know? You're not actually saying what you want to say, but you are practicing putting that stuff out there. In a sense, so much of this chapter is like real practice, but practice with like an underlying tone that has some problems to it, you know? It's like, yeah, it's intentionally contrasting Sumi and Minnie. Whereas with Sumi is prepping Kazuya for a date, Sumi is prepping Kazuya for love. Or sorry, Minnie's prepping Kazuya for a date, Sumi's prepping Kazuya for love. What's interesting about these two contrasting elements is specifically that with the date thing, Sumi got him ready for all this date crap, but all that date crap was useless. You know, for most part, it was just completely fucking useless. Whereas when it comes to love, Sumi is helping him verbalize his feelings, but just like Minnie, she's inexperienced in this. Because Sumi sells love, but she's never actually, like, shared her feelings herself. So it throws her off. Sumi is not actually experienced in love. Sumi is experienced in dating. And I think that's a very fascinating element because that contrasts Minnie, who... It's weird. Sumi sells love. Sumi's job is to sell love, but selling love is not the same as actually having real love. So in that way, I guess it's not the same. Sumi dates a lot of people, but it doesn't have love in it. So Sumi is new to love in that regard. Minnie technically has a lot of love. Minnie's actually technically very experienced in love because she literally loves a lot of different things. But she's very inexperienced when it comes to dating. So it's like Kazuya's going to people who are just inexperienced in these things, and Chizuru has told him this fact, that like when she does rental, she's never been in love. Therefore, while Kazuya is practicing these things, there's the underlying element of love technically not being present here because you're not actually like dealing with it. Well, because most of the love is literally hidden. So Sumi's love is literally hidden in plain sight. It's funny, but there's a problem here. And that problem persists with every chapter. While there are good changes happening, there is a persistent problem, intentionally so. Just as there was a persistent problem with the mini interactions. So there's definitely a parallel being struck here to highlight this problem, and that problem that needs to be addressed. It's not another confession that Kazuya needs to make, it's a state change. He needs to go from absent or absent-minded to present, and from feeling things alone to verbalizing. If he wants a real relationship, he has to learn to communicate, and that can be scary and uncomfortable and vulnerable. But that's what makes it so important. Again, you're correct, and technically he is practicing this, but these aren't even his words. So that's what's fascinating about it. He's practicing this, but it's not even his words. So there's this double meaning where on one hand, it's good that he's getting it out, but these aren't even his words. So is he actually getting it out? Is he actually practicing? That's what this chapter is kind of questioning. Are they actually practicing real things, or are they practicing fictional things? And there is something real even in the fictional element, because the things that Kazuya picks out directly inform Chizuru's feelings and experiences he's literally had with her, and he doesn't even know. He never even clocks it. It's subconscious, right? Which literally matches the book that Sumi picked out, because so much of the book that Sumi picked out, that if you read it, the book that starts everything, it's literally about the subconscious. That's so much of the book. It's literally about the subconscious and how you have to take control of your subconscious. That book literally informs the entire chapter. The book that Sumi picked up in the very beginning, it literally informs the entire chapter. You just don't notice it. And that's so cool that you never even read that book. You never even fucking see it, like from the inside, but everything it says is literally informed in the chapter, because so much of the book is literally about controlling your subconscious mind so you actually like get the love you desire. Kazuya literally is out of control with his subconscious mind. He doesn't even clock these things. I doubt that Sumi's advice will be helpful for Kazuya. Chizuru has already understood what Kazuya meant when he said, "I love you." He won't make it more clear by giving her some movie quotes confessions, even if he uses them as the basis. They're not magic spells that make a person fall in love with him. Unfortunately, it looks like it's absolutely worked on Sumi, but she has infatuated with Kazuya already, so that's not a good reference. Again, I have no idea where Kazuya thinks he's going with this. Does he think he's just going to word it better to make Chizuru fall in love? What kind of superficial idea of love does he have? For me, Sumi just wants to make Kazuya say those words. There's clearly a fan. She's clearly a fan of those kinds of cheesy little lines. So that no, she's not trying. Sumi didn't think it through. No. Sumi did not think it through. As a direct mirror to how Kazuya and Minnie did not think it through. She thought she was ready to hear what Kazuya wanted to say. She's not in control of her subconscious. She's not in control of her desires underneath everything. So she didn't think it through. Her mind is deciding things for her. She didn't think it through. It's an emotional decision. She just kind of jumped into it, and her mind is just like, yes, I get to hear what I want, while her body is just like, oh, I'm going to do what I need to do. She's literally out of sync with herself. So the only real contribution Sumi could have made to move the story forward was completely abandoned. She's just indulging herself at Kazuya's expense, and it doesn't help him at all. Sure, Chizuru might blush at the kind of line, but does actually need Kazuya to confess all over again? No. Honestly, I can more easily imagine Chizuru slapping Kazuya and telling him he's being embarrassing if he says something that cliche to her. I don't think so. I think she would just feel worse. She wouldn't have it in her to slap him. She'd just feel worse. Kazuya is desperate and will basically do anything Minnie or Sumi will suggest to him without question. The human mind is not optimized for solving a situation like this one he is in. Chizuru is breadcrumbing, but cannot make up her mind successfully. It's not specifically just Chizuru. She can't find her answer because Kazuya is not, like, actually present in the fucking relationship. The reason she can't find her answer is because he's literally not in the relationship. So how can she say she loves him if he's literally not there for her to interact with? Like, there's an issue at play here. Apparently it's to make her heart skip a beat since he thinks a kiss didn't do the job. I think Kazuya still believes she only kissed him to test out Minnie's theory, even though it's definitely not true. How does he think movie quotes will do the kiss didn't? Let's see. Has he forgotten Chizuru's heartbeat in the shed in chapter 276? Does he think movie quotes will top that? If the heartbeat wasn't enough, maybe making her heart skip a beat won't actually do the trick. He's taking Minnie at her word without any understanding at all. Chizuru's heartbeat is not the problem. I've always said that Kazuya is doing the wrong thing on this quest to get better, but this might be a peak of futility right here. He ended up believing it was mainly due to the neighbor, which fits his pessimism regarding Chizuru's feelings for him. He said that he doesn't have any confidence whether she felt a spark or not, because apparently the only reason Mizuhara rejected him is that he's not good enough. It's definitely painful to watch. Well, that's his interpretation of it. That's not what Chizuru said. Does Kazuya seriously believe that using lines from a movie has ever since magically going to make him good enough, which is them making him any better? Does he think Chizuru will be... Well, that's the whole point. He's trying to put on a new mask. He's trying to put on a new mask, and it's not working. Godzilla! Godzilla! Oh, 420. 420, blaze it. Get it? Yeah. Godzilla! Oh, Sumi got lit up, bro. Sumi got lit up. She blazed it, bro. oh, I wonder if that was intentional. Sumi got heated up because 420 blazed it. I wonder if that was intentional. A lot of the commentators have the point go away over their head as usual. Anyways, this is such a refreshing chapter. This was a magic trick that you might not have even noticed it. Kazuya moved past his first mental block. He keeps having these delusions that he wouldn't be able to make Chizuru's heart move if he said these cheesy lines. But the proof is in the pudding and how merely rehearsing them gives Sumi a nosebleed. She knows it's just him rehearsing. She knows all these lines from really famous romance movies, but just the love that comes out from Kazuya saying them even when he clearly directed at someone else is enough to move her deeply. This is the kind of practice and effort Kazuya needed. But he doesn't see it. He doesn't even see it. That's the problem. The problem is he never even clocks it. Yes, again, there's a double meaning to this chapter. On one hand, he's absolutely verbalizing things and he needs to get it out, and it is in some ways good practice. On the other, the practice in some ways also rings hollow. Because, yes, he is getting stuff out there, but he's also really not. I also love that Kazuya thought to find words and lines that he thinks Chizuru will appreciate. That's kindness and appreciation for what the other person wants. Kazuya used rehearse. It was super effective. Ha ha ha. No, I think he subconsciously picked things that he liked but didn't realize where they came from and how they were directly connected to him. Not a bad chapter. Well, nothing too remarkable happens in this blah, 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 blah. Sumi gets a nosebleed after getting his brain overloaded is fun. Well, it's just a okay, fucking hell. If I heard another person calling this filler, I'm going to just fucking lose it. Let's see. Could you also say that because these are from movies, as these movies was also written with the view that most of these would have resulted in a relationship, for Kazuya, this practice could be iffy? Could you elaborate? I'm not sure what you mean. Could you elaborate? Wondering how Kazuya would remember the memories he has with Chizuru that he forgot by the end of the date. We'll see. Reishi low-key flexing on Kazuya's looks lately. He's also to differentiate him from Murata. Yeah, Kazuya is good looking. Like, bro looks like the thinker. The way he's thinking, he looks like the thinker, dude. Like, Kazuya is attractive, just like it's what is attractive, really, right? What is beauty if not in the eyes of the beholder, you know? Sumi, you had one mission in this arc to actually be useful, namely help Chizuru understand what love is, not acting like Ruka and asking Kazuya to make you feel good by saying the most cliche. surgery nonsense imaginable. But Sumi doesn't know. That's the problem. Sumi is ignorant. The whole point is that Sumi is ignorant. She goes to the library to learn something new. In reality, she couldn't learn anything because she doesn't know how to learn about something she's never experienced. That is the problem. You can't really blame Sumi here because she doesn't fucking know. There is something you can blame her for, which is that Sumi has feelings for Kazuya and she's not like honest about those feelings, and thus she's like doing all this extra bullshit. But Sumi literally doesn't know shit about love. She knows she has feelings for Kazuya, but she doesn't know shit about love. So the problem literally becomes, it's like, what does Sumi want? Sumi has not asked herself this question. Thus, she cannot understand her feelings. Thus, when she's trying to help Kazuya, she can't really help him. Let's see. The Chizuru girl outside from the libraries are warning to Kazuya. If he stays in the library, his head too long, he will miss the girl standing in the plaza of the reality. He posted that like a few times. That's so funny. Kazuya is saying how about some coffee drinks. They're sitting right behind Starbucks. See on the next panel. Oh my god, you're right. I saw that too. Yeah, they're sitting like right behind Starbucks, right? So Starbucks is like right there, and Kazuya says, "How about some coffee, drinks, or a movie for as long as we both shall live?" Starbucks is right there. That is pretty funny. I saw that too. Let's see, Kazuya. Okay, you don't need to keep repeating yourself, Light. You don't need to keep repeating yourself. I was going to read it eventually. You don't have to keep repeating yourself, buddy. I was going to read it eventually. Johan, if you have some time, check Discord. I hope you notice something. What? Oh. Oh. Okay. Huh. Sumi crumbles over just like Chizuru crumpled over. Cool. Interesting. Chizuru is all wet because she fell in the water. Sumi is all hot. And it's like she needs some water. Interesting. Well, okay. Well, with these lines, these were written by authors and film writers with the aspect that the main character and female character would eventually get together. So if Kazuya practices this, it could be iffy as we don't know how Chizuru would react, especially since it isn't his views. Not quite, because all of these are different. For example, Romeo and Juliet is a tragedy. La La Land, and this line is said when they don't get together. Their relationship ends. Pride and Prejudice is like not really a good representation of romance. In fact, Reishi fucking hates it. Let's see, what else? Forrest Gump, like I hear the relationship doesn't end well in that one. Rather, if anything, what Kazuya does not realize is all of these express Chizuru's feelings and he doesn't know it, and they reflect his subconscious desire for Chizuru. Kazuya doesn't realize why he picked these quotes. That's the importance of this, is that Kazuya does not realize why he picked these quotes. Also, sended you a super chat in last stream. I saw it, I just forgot to say something, sorry. I saw it though, thank you. Yes, I saw it. Thank you. I just didn't get a chance to say something. Yeah, no. So these quotes that Kazuya picked reflect his subconscious. He just doesn't realize that. It's less about. It mirrors exactly what I was saying before. The problem is Kazuya is not digging deep enough into why he picked these quotes and the movies themselves. You know, Kazuya doesn't dig deep enough into the quotes and why he said these in the first place. I think that is the whole idea here. There is a depth to every single line Kazuya picked, whether it be from the movie or why Kazuya picked it at all. However, Kazuya doesn't dig deep enough into that. Sumi, in contrast, has her heart beat, which reflects how Kazuya thinking, oh, a handsome guy could pull it off is bullshit. He can pull it off too. It's not about how pretty you look. It's just about saying what you need to say and where that comes from. Kazuya doesn't know where any of these lines really come from. Does he even know these movies? You know, did he just like these lines? But then that reflects his own internal subconscious. There's a lot of layers at play here, and it's not that Chizuru would find these lines iffy. If anything, she would like this, but she would feel bad. Chizuru what Kazuya is not considering is why a confession would not work. That's what he's considering. It's like why the confession might not work. And it's because he's just confessing and not questioning why he needs to confess. Did you notice that? Sumi never asks why. Kazuya never asks why. He never digs deep enough into it. Why does he need to confess? He's already confessed. If he wants to clear up his feelings, that's fine. But I would argue these aren't actually his feelings. The things that he says here are not the problem. What he needs to actually tell Chizuru about is his insecurity. This is what Kazuya needs to actually say. This is the problem that needs resolving, not the confession. The choices in his words reflect that. The very specific movies and things he picked, a lot of these are tragedies. And that reflects Kazuya's own fear of tragedy. Romeo and Juliet is a tragedy. The Titanic is a tragedy. La La Land is a tragedy. A lot of these movies are tragedies, and that reflects Kazuya's own personal fear of tragedy. That the line is cheesy and it would not work. Why does Kazuya think the line is cheesy and it wouldn't work? Because he doesn't think he's good enough. Why doesn't he think he's good enough? It's not just because of his mom or his dad or his fucking family. It's because of the trauma he experienced in Hawaiians, and he thinks it stems from Chizuru. In reality, Kazuya's conflict is Chizuru herself. The real issue is that Kazuya is not facing his own feelings for Chizuru that he has to address, that he has to talk to her and be like, hey, like, this is scaring me. This is what I'm feeling. This is what I'm going through. I'm not okay. Like, I have these insecurities. That's what Kazuya needs to solve. He needs to talk about his insecurities, not confess. Him saying this stuff out loud is good in one respect in that he's practicing. It's bad in another because every single thing he says is all just conceptual and not really digging deep enough, and each one hints at something different in Kazuya's past experience with Chizuru, as well as the insecurity he feels with each individual line, and how each line directly connects to this thing that he needs to face, you know? Each line has focuses on this element of himself that he needs to address, that he's not doing, or that he's afraid of, not keeping contact, not seeing this person, not going out to drink coffee, not being with them, all these extra things. They're all hidden in these quotes. And so this chapter is literally talking about Kazuya's actual fears, but you just don't even notice it. Every single line Kazuya says talks about his fears. You just don't even clock it. Especially the last one. I'm always going to love you, La La Land. Kazuya literally said this. Here, I'll show you. Kazuya literally said this fucking line as their relationship was ending. I'll be done shortly. Is everything okay? Hisachi. I don't think it's possible for me in my lifetime to love anyone more than I love you. Isn't that literally just like, I'm always gonna love you? It's literally kind of the same fucking line. It's literally kind of the same fucking line. How fitting. Kazuya starts the quotes by visualizing Chizuru. He didn't even notice Sumi until the blood drops. Yeah, pretty much. And by the way, how fitting, because in the date, he literally doesn't notice Chizuru until she literally starts bleeding from her legs. The same exact thing happened. And this whole time, he hasn't been looking at Sumi. he's been looking at Chizuru. Just as when he was with Chizuru, he wasn't looking at Chizuru, he was looking at the one in his head. He was looking at the one that was appearing in front of him. He was seeing just her smile. Good catch. You made me put 2 and 2 together. This is literally calling back to that day. Holy shit. He was so busy thinking all of these thoughts in the date, he never noticed how hurt Chizuru actually was. Just as right here, he was so busy saying all of these things, he never noticed Sumi was bleeding. Just as when Chizuru was in the shed, she was so busy focusing on her heart beating and trying to be there for Kazuya, she didn't notice he got hurt. And she said, I'm sorry. It's all about how people don't notice when the other person is being hurt and trying to focus so hard on doing the thing they want to do. Mami does it, Ruka does it, Minnie does it, Kazuya does it, and in some ways, Sumi is technically doing it now. Will Kazuya click this as the day goes on? I think there's going to be a revelation that's going to flip everything on its head, and Kazuya will piece it all together. Okay, I think I'm going to stop for now. I'm getting really tired. I feel like I didn't rest very well. So like, I'm going to stop for now. If I continue later, I'll continue later. I don't know if I want to play any games today. If I continue later, it'll just be like more into girlfriend stuff. So I'll see. But for now, I'm going to call it. I got to go check on my family, see if they need something or stuff like that. And then I'm going to rest a little bit. Might sleep a little and then continue. I'm off tomorrow, so we can hopefully I'll do like a proper stream again tomorrow. Try to get some rest before then. But I'll come back. I'll see if I can write something on Twitter while I'm at it. There's definitely some stuff I would like to write on Twitter, so I'll see if I can do that. That said, thank you guys for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed. Subscribe, like button, all the fun stuff. And I'll see you guys at another time. This was a really interesting chapter. I think tomorrow is also when the anime comes out. So we'll get to talk about the anime and do all that fun stuff too. Woo. Okay. See you guys later. Take care. Thank you for showing up.